Morning, everybody. It's Dr. Leanne Browning, the head of school. We're just waiting for people to connect. Hopefully you can all hear me as you are connecting. And then the academic manager for the program, Dr. Johan Riedlinghuis, will start the proceedings and we will get going for the morning.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Johan Riedlinghuis. Mathian, it seems I cannot start my video. Please, can you just activate my video to start my video? Thank you.
Will do.
Sorry, Mathian, if you started it, please. It seems I still cannot open the video. Okay.
You should be able to now.
Yes, thank you, Mathian. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to this first year orientation for the PGCE students. We've got a jam-packed program for all of you. I hope you enjoyed, and it's important that you listen to all of these sessions, although it has also been recorded. But please remember, have a look at it a few times. That's the advantage of studying with Stadio and the technology we're having, so that you can look at it afterwards again. First of all, I would like to welcome each and everyone. I see there's more than 400 participants already, or students joining us. It is very exciting, and I thank you. At last, we can start the semester. My name is Johan Riedlinghuis. I'm the acting academic manager for School of Education at the Centurion campus. And also I'm involved with the collaborators and also with the CPD, the Continuous Professional Teacher Development. Now we've got a stunning team waiting to support you guys through this exciting journey with Stadio. We are really looking forward on welcoming you. Please do feel welcome to welcome you and to support you on this journey. You will see at Stadio, we like to support the students as far as possible. We do it to as much of our abilities. We've got the technology to do that, but it's important for you as a student to also take part in all the activities and all the support structures that we have to support you in this journey. Now, I'm going to hand over to Dr. Leanne Browning. She's the head of school, to also provide you with some more background and a welcome. Thank you, Dr. Browning.
Thank you, Dr. Riedlinghuis. Good morning. Good morning, everybody. I've already had the privilege of greeting more than 500 first-year students, so it's exciting to be here to greet our PGCE students. I'd like to first of all start by greeting my colleagues who are involved in the design and rollout of this first year orientation program for our PGCE program. So thank you very much to Angelique, our C4SS manager, and Johan Riedlinghuis, who the academic manager who you've just met, and other colleagues who are going to be involved today in the presentation. So thank you for the time that you've taken in planning this event, and also to make yourself available today to do this presentation to our students. Just to let you all know, it is correct, this is being recorded, and so the information that you need, you can always go to the recording and have a look at it. This first address with you, I'm going to just spend a little bit of time greeting the students and making a few comments. So most importantly, it's my privilege to greet all of you PGCE students. I know some of you who've come directly straight out of your undergraduate studies into a PGCE because you want to become a teacher and because maybe you're not so sure what to do with your qualification and you're not so sure you want to be a teacher and you think, well, maybe this will be a job that you could do. And I'm going to make a comment about that just now. There will also be other colleagues who are practicing teachers for many years and who need a qualification, and welcome. And we really value the richness that your experience that you will bring to the engagement in your studies. And then there are those people who have other jobs and who have decided they want a career change and who are going to study a PGCE so that they can go into the schools to teach. So congratulations to all of you for making that decision because, and no bias on my behalf, I believe that teaching is one of the most important, if not the most important profession in the world. And I'll say something about that just now, and I'll keep on saying it every time you encounter me. So congratulations for going through a very rigorous assessment review process. For many of you, you will have now been allocated your specializations and you will have registered for those. That process in and of itself involves 3 of our academic members to scrutinize your qualification to make sure that you have chosen appropriately the specializations that you qualify to teach. And when I speak to you a bit later in the morning, I'm going to explain further why that is significant. But it really does say that you have gone through a significant process of completing your undergraduate qualification or preparing to make this life-changing decision during an incredibly difficult time in the history of humankind and particularly South Africa. And the last couple of years have been incredibly difficult for all of us, for us as a country and for us as individuals. And I have no doubt that for many of you, you might be grieving people that you have lost during the pandemic. You might also be wondering how you're going to pay your fees because the significant people who support you economically or even you have lost a job and you're not so sure how you're going to get through to the end. We recognize this. I want you to know that even though you are distance learning students, the distance does not mean that we don't recognize that each of you has your own individual journey that you are following, and that everything that we put in place, from the structures for how you can get an answer to a query, to the teaching and learning that takes place in the on the Canvas platform that you'll hear more about, or from the teaching practice department and in the partner schools that you will go into, that you will get the support and care that you need. So well done and congratulations for getting through a very difficult time and now embarking on the next part of your journey. And that journey is to either formalize what it means to be a teacher by getting a qualification, but for the vast majority of you, it's to become a teacher or get ready to be a beginner teacher for when you go out into the school with your qualification, because that's all we are going to be doing, is help to prepare you as a lifelong learner, as a beginner teacher with a range of knowledge, skills, attitudes, aspirations that will prepare you to keep on being the best teacher that you can be. And I think we must stop and think very carefully about this profession, teaching. It often comes up in conversation that we all remember our teachers, the significant ones in our lives, the ones that really cared about us and made an effort, even when we were being difficult or we were losing our way along the path. And I can remember a couple of teachers like that despite the fact that I was a rebellious, outspoken person and would find myself getting thrown out the classroom from time to time, that those teachers saw in me what I didn't see, that one day I would be successful. And it gives me great joy to meet those teachers and say to them, I am Dr. Leanne Browning, and I'm the head of School of Education. Remember me. But it's even nicer, those teachers that I really felt didn't give me the support that I needed, didn't see in me the potential. There's actually quite a joy then to be able to say, well, yes, they ask you, what are you doing now? And I say, well, do you know? And it really does. All of you, another colleague said the other day that she was walking, she's an adult now, and she was walking in the shopping center with her husband, and she saw one of her teachers, and she just went, this was from one of the lower grades, and she just went to her husband, look, 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 there's Mrs. So-and-so. She taught me, and she was so fun. And we remember that teachers in our country, with the challenges that we are facing, that sometimes that teacher in the classroom who gives the hug, who gives the words of encouragement, who recognizes that the child is struggling but needs guidance, might be the only positive words that child encounters during that course of that day. Or that young person who you know is having troubles at home and is going astray, and you make an effort to try and get them the support that they need. You have a significant role to play in the lives of the children, not only the children, but of our country, where we are facing many challenges. We know poverty, diversity, issues around the lives of young people, the threats of drugs and alcohol that really undermine the future of these young people are a key part of our responsibility. So I'd like you to think very, very carefully as you go along in your journey of becoming a teacher, that everything that you do should be modeling the values and the ethics and the behavior that you will model to your children in the classroom. So that means how you interact with one another in WhatsApp groups, how your integrity that you draw on when you are doing assessment tasks, the way in which you communicate with and address your lecturers in communication or other members of the support staff, that you model the values and integrity of the kind of teacher that this country needs. So I welcome you, and I say to you that I have an important responsibility as the head of school to lead the academic programs. As you are aware, you've been engaging with the very able and very busy student recruitment office. Then you've encountered the registration office, and now you are embarking on the part of your journey where you will encounter the School of Education academic staff. And as the head of School of Education, I have a responsibility for the integrity of the academic program that you are studying. And that means that I need, and I do have, an incredibly experienced and committed academic team that works with me. That academic team includes Dr. Johan Riedlinghuis, that you've just met today, because I'm sure you are aware, we have a range of campuses and we deliver our programs through different modes. And depending on the program, we need an academic manager who, as their job description says, they're the eyes and ears of the head of school on the campus. And I consider you distance learning as a campus entity in yourselves. So Dr. Johan Riedlinghuis is there to have oversight of the program and the staff and students that are in the program. Alongside the academic manager, we have the discipline leaders. You will be studying modules, and in your module, you will have a lecturer, and in most cases, your lecturer will also be the module coordinator, except in the bigger modules where you will have a range of lecturers. And then the module coordinator reports to our discipline leaders. And the reason being is, and that's something that those of you who are teachers, and as you become teachers, you will know that as how you teach and how you assess depends on the discipline. And so we have discipline leaders who take the academic responsibility for the teaching, for the curriculum, the teaching, learning, and assessment in their group of modules. So that team, along with the program coordinator, who is responsible for the overarching consistency and quality of your program, are responsible for the academic program, the PGCE. At the moment, we have a vacancy for the program coordinator for the PGCE. So for now, myself as the head of school and Dr. Riedlinghuis are fulfilling that responsibility. So that's why you will see me later on in the program, where I will talk to you more about the program, and I look forward to seeing you there. So thank you very much, everybody. I'd like to just leave you with one encouragement, is that to please see this journey that you, as one in which you will become the teacher that this country needs. Thank you very much, Johan, and I think it's Darren on who's facilitating today, and I'll see everybody a bit later in the program.
Thank you very much, Dr. Browning. It is appreciated. Also, welcome to you. I don't know if everyone can hear me. Yes, thank you for your presentation. And as Dr. Browning said, she's taking the lead on the academic side on this side, and we appreciate her effort here as well. Now, the next presenter that we have is Dr. Les Meyering. Dr. Les Meyering is actually based in Gqeberha. I hope I pronounce it correctly. So, Dr. Les Meyering, welcome to this session, and we're looking forward to your presentation. Thank you, Les.
Right, good morning, everybody. So the part that I'm going to do is really the journey, the sort of setting out. So let me share the screen with you. They should give it to me shortly. Right, and I know the first thing you guys do is look at the bottom to see how many slides I've got. Okay, well, it's 11 slides. Let's get the slideshow going. All right. So, sorry, wrong one. I'll come back to you later. Let me just get this one. Sorry, I put the wrong one up. I was watching something else a little bit earlier. Right, so this is a little bit longer. 13 slides, sorry to disappoint you. Right, so this is your roadmap to success. Now, you can see the screen, it's blank. And so some of you are coming in not really knowing where you're going, but you do have an idea. Up in the top right-hand corner, there's your qualification. That's the PGCE that you're heading for. Now, why are you here? Well, I think Leanne pointed out a couple of things to you. The PGCE is in the plan. This is what you actually want to get. My temporary SACE registration has lost its eternal life. And I mean, I know some of you have been using this SACE temporary registration for a long time. Now SACE is starting to say, now you've got to get something more than this. It's getting my PGCE or losing my job. And we've had a few sad cases where people say, I have to get this PGCE. And then we do our best to try and assist them to get entry into it. I'm really tired of being and it could be anything. You'll see where I'll show you a brief overview of where our students come from. You know, there have been one or two doctors who've got tired of looking down people's throats. We've had one or two farmers who've been tired of herding or looking after the cattle and things like that. People come from all over to change careers. I've been a graduate for a number of years now, but I've been unemployed. There are a large number of our students who become geologists and they just cannot get a geology job. And the thing is, in these economic times, if you're a teacher, you always get a pay slip. Got my degree, what now? Let me do a PGCE. And some of you are saying, I wonder what a PGCE really is. Anyway, let me just try it. I love children. Oh, I don't like this one because pedophiles also love children. Rather say I have a passion for teaching or something like that. My children are still very small, so I've got the time. Well, some of you don't. My children are now adults and they've gone. So at last I've got time. So let me try teaching. And of course, the old standard one, I love sport and holidays. Ash Oaks, if you love sport, you're not going to have the holidays because you're taking the teams, etc. So let's go back to what we were talking about. What I'd like you to do now is I'm going to take you to a thing called menti.com. If I can find it, it's supposed to be here. Right, so on your screens, you should see a thing, why am I doing this PGCE? And at the top, there's a code. So if you've got your phones handy and you've got some data, go to www.menti.com. They'll ask you for that code, 1058613. And then what I'd like you to do is I'd like you to type in there where you come from, what your town is, and then say why you are doing this PGCE. And then you should see it pop up on the screen here now. So let's see if this one works. I don't often do this, but let's have a look. So I'm looking, go to www.menti.com, type in the code, and then let's see where you're coming from. And by the way, Kanyisa, I'm also in Klaberga, because you asked who's in Klaberga. Yeah, there we come. Now you can start having a look at what's going on. I'm unemployed. I mentioned that. East London, education, my passion. I love that. I really enjoy imparting knowledge to others. I need a formal teaching degree. Someone from Pietermaritzburg, I wanted to move to a more rewarding career. Can I scroll up on this? Yeah, let's have a look at this. I want to become an educational psychologist. I recently came from China, teaching the best students, and found a passion for teaching. Unemployed, someone from Belleville. A musician who would like to share their passion of music with young kids and inspire. Grahamstown, I've been teaching for 12 years, love their job. I love literature and would like to share that passion. All right, so unfortunately, we don't have a lot of time, but you can already see the vast range of people. Krugersdorp just finished honors. I've taught overseas for 3 years. So thank you all for taking part. I mean, this is really great that we're getting so many people coming on. Great time, teaching for 6 years and need the formal degree. All right, so I'm going to stop this now. Thank you all of you for sharing, because this is a critical part of the model that we use. In our model, we need you to engage with us. So let's see how we go about this. This is your journey. This is where you're starting, down on the bottom left-hand corner, and you want to get to the top. Now, if your path looks like this, ziggledy-zaggledy, confused all over the show, you ending up on the right-hand bottom side, crashing and burning. And we can't allow that. You cannot allow that to yourself. So this is the sort of path that we really want. Starting at the red dot, a few twists and turns on the way, a few hiccups here and there, but we end up at the goal. And our job, well, some part of our job, is to shift this darkness and make it much clearer for you, to make it easier for you to see the light, to see where you're going. You know, I think it was in Alice in Wonderland, where she asks the cat, which road must I take? And the cat says, well, where do you want to go? She says, no, anywhere. And the cat says, well, any road will do if you want to go anywhere. So I like the analogy of the Sani Pass, because essentially you're going to start down here at the bottom, this little spot here. Let me see if I can get the spotlight. Oops. So you're going to start at the bottom here, and your journey moves along life similar to the Sani Pass. It starts gently, and as you get up here, it starts to become a bit of a wobble, and then you want to get to the top there. Now, just bear in mind that I'm a science lecturer. I'm a physics lecturer. So I like to work on energies. Potential energy is mass times G times A. Okay, don't freak out. I'm not going to spend the whole time talking about science. But the amount of energy that you need to get from the start to the top is the same, whatever route you take. It's your mass, let's say your ability, G, the course, and H is the 1,200 hours that you need to put in. But you can also need the amount of power that you need, which is a time-dependent thing. So it's going to take you 1,200 hours to move all this way. But if you dawdle around and after 600 hours you're still there, oops, then you've got to go straight up like this and across. Otherwise, you ain't going to make it. So the shorter time you leave yourself, the more power you have to put in, the more tough it becomes. Right, just to make you feel a little bit in with the crowd, we did a survey of the natural sciences module. They're roughly about between 300 and 400 students. And this is the demographics. This is what you guys look like. Because it's nice now, I've got the 2020 crowd and the 2021 crowd in brackets, cohort. So about 70, and it's probably going to be the same with you guys. About 3/4 of you have got bachelor's degrees. About 20% have national diplomas. Only certain national diplomas are acceptable. A third of you plus have got honors. 10% have got masters, and we always have a handful of PhDs as well. So the whole spectrum. Ages, most of you are between 20 and 29, 60%. Another third between 30 and 39, and then a handful of the oldies. Sorry about that. I shouldn't have said that. I'm being ageist. Eh? And then teaching experience, 40% usually don't have, and then it's a smidgen of the rest. Of course, I like this. Feels more like 60 after the first semester. Please don't be one of those that this becomes a drag for you. Where people come from, you can see the whole range. These are only the science guys. But what I'd like to just refer you to is the vast range. If you look down near the bottom right hand, there's a crime scene investigator. Yes? She had to hand in an assignment that night, so she took a day's leave. And then early in the morning, I get this frantic email. Please, can I have an extension on my assignment? I've taken the day's leave, but I've been called in to take the fingerprints at a double murder. So she spent the day with bodies instead of finishing her assignment. So you're coming from all over. You all have your own challenges. A few comments that comes from a small group of students. And you might be able to identify with some of this. I'm a full-time employee and a mother, and I like this type of learning because I can commit myself. So what is this type of learning? You know, it's flexible. We allow you to, well, you work, we don't allow you, you do. You work distance from us. We have lectures where you can get into personal contact, where you can chat. And I can see you're a chatty bunch, which is great, because in the past we haven't had people who want to talk to us. There's always time at the end of a live lecture where you can communicate with the lecturer, and we talk one-on-one with you. So it's a nice flexible model. I think maybe, speculating, maybe teachers are introverted, or many teachers are introverted. No one will say so because we come out, you know, bells and whistles in front of a class. But sometimes people find this type of learning better than in a classroom. Someone said, I was envious of this. I wish we'd had this earlier. And unfortunately, our school kids have had this for the last 2 years. This was my first time as a distance learning student. I was not sure what to expect. And I think many of you are not sure what to expect. You're anxious, but slowly ease into it. It takes a bit of time to get used to. That's why the bottom of the Sadi pass is a gradual incline, no big turns, but then get yourselves organized, and then it goes well. Some people, you don't know why you're doing this, and then get into it. This one had varied, it didn't really work for her, so it might not work for you, but you have to make it work. So play the game. Involvement trackers, the deadly involvement trackers. I'll speak to you about that just before lunch. So that's something to look forward to, or not. Data and network, we know this is a problem. Data and network's always going to be a problem, and the area where you are. So you're going to have to manage that. Unfortunately, we can't do much about that. That's something you have to manage. It's always a challenge to balance your time. Canvas, which we're starting with you guys, they said ECI was fairly easy to use. Canvas is easy to use. Just get into it. Just get going. And someone will talk to you about Canvas a little bit later. I gained confidence using a computer. So hopefully most of you over the last 2 years don't need this one. It worked well, although I felt a bit isolated from each other. All right, so I know already that Kangisa is here in Gqeberha. There'll be people all over around you. They're probably in Port Elizabeth, maybe Gqeberha, probably about 20, 30 of our students in the region. So you're all over the country. I mean, we haven't got people overseas yet, or maybe one or two that come and go. You can't walk up and talk to me after the lecture. But you can use the chat box when we're talking. At the end of a lecture, we always leave time for you to ask questions. All right, so this whole thing is about time and about space. I like this little clock there, because at some stages, your time does get distorted. I was watching something the other day where people who are always late actually don't see time in the same way that people who are always on time. I never thought of that. So make sure that you make time work for you. Sometimes it wobbles a bit, sometimes it's normal. Space is the other thing. Now, bear in mind, I work out of Gqeberha. Sometimes I change my office. So my space in which I work changes, but my work continues. No one actually knows where my office is, because it's just like I'm in a normal office. You just blur the background. So from tomorrow, this is the view from my office. Taking my caravan, sit next to the tow river, you can see my laptop is there, and I work as normal. So be able to manage your time and space, because if you can do that, you'll be successful. But it's about managing it. Right, some closing ideas. We know that your lives are like an iceberg. Only a third of it is at a ninth, science teacher talking. 8/9 of it is below. So there's a lot we don't know. Sometimes you can tell us this, we just don't know it. We only see what's at the top. So I've said that. You've got a lot of support, and we're going to talk to you a lot about the support that you will be getting. We can assist you. Use the systems. We have a queue desk. Now, there'll be one email for one job. Don't send emails to everybody, because then it just gets lost in the traffic. If you want to talk about finance, there's an email finance. Oh, this is not my job. This is someone else's. But one email address. Don't send the email twice. Pace yourselves. Remember the whole journey that I spoke about. It'll start slowly, but it does speed up. Now, when you're experiencing challenges, consider what is good enough. And this goes back to your motivation for doing this. If you have to get the PGCE, you don't have to do a perfect job of it. And I know some of you will want to, but you don't have to. Consider what is good enough. Be forgiving on yourselves, your nearest, and also on us. So the key word is be forgiving on yourselves, on your nearest, and on us. We've all got to get through this year, and the people around you as well. Right now, I'd like all the lecturers just to close their ears and eyes. When in serious trouble with the work and the deadlines are approaching, just do it. Even if you have to do it badly. If you don't submit something, I can tell you what your mark is. It's naught. If you do get something in, I can't actually tell you what your mark is. It might still be naught because it wasn't actually good enough. So focus on doing something, making sure it's good enough. And the definition of good enough is yours. The doing it badly, maybe I should say they do it good enough. And at the end of the year, we'll be at the top of the Sani Pass. And we'll be looking back at the journey. And when I talk about assessment, we'll come back to this. And remember, in my analogy, each of these little turns is an assignment, a task, something to complete. There are very few turns and steepness there. There are lots over here. See if you can work ahead. See if you can get ahead a little bit. All right. So that's my little motivational speech to you. Remember, time and space, and manage yourself and look after yourself and everybody around you. Okay, thank you. Leanne's got a question.
I just want to comment. I see everybody's eagerly asking lots of questions in the chat, and I just want to reassure them that they should hold back on the questions, because today, the purpose of today is to actually provide you with the information that you need. So please hold back on your questions until the relevant session has been held. For those of you, this session is being recorded, so it will be uploaded and you'll be able to go back and get any information that you miss. So you will hear as we go through the day, and then you will have opportunities to actually ask your questions, and we will also attempt to answer your questions. I see Dr. Riedling has been answering the questions in the Q&A as well. But when they're flying in so fast, we're about to hit 700 participants. It's not so easy for us to respond to each individual question.
Thank you,
Thanks,
Dr.
Dr.
Browning.
Riedling.
Thank you, Dr. Browning. Yes, colleagues, students, thank you for everyone taking actively part here. We are trying, and remember the presenters or the panelists will also answer as far as possible, but please do not send your cell phone numbers in the chats or in the Q&A. I've just spoken to Mr. Deanna as well. He will address the buddy system a bit later on the WhatsApp groups, because I know there's a lot of things going on there. Dr. Browning, to stay within the time, would you mind that we miss this comfort break and you start with the session now? Is it possible, Dr. Browning?
I'm more than happy to, as long as all the participants are feeling comfortable, I can start. And if the host will give me permission to share my screen.
And then what I will do is thank you, Dr. Browning. And then students, I'd like to stick to times here now, because it's hectic with you with the load shedding and everything. And then after this is going to be quite a lengthy session. We will then allow a short comfort break after that. Thank you, Dr. Browning.
Thank you, Johan, very much for the opportunity. I'm going to share my screen, and this is usually where, let's see if today it behaves itself. It is indeed behaving itself. Let's start the slideshow. There you go. All right, everybody can, Darren, you can see it, you can hear me, we're ready to go.
All good on mine.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so colleagues, I'm presenting in effect on behalf of the program coordinator, and I'm going to be taking you through some really important stuff that you need to know about the program. So I'd really like you to pay attention, because if we focus on these issues now, it will prevent you from having challenges later on in the year. And it might answer some of your questions that I see that you have. Remember, there's going to be a presentation about the Buddies project. There's going to be a presentation about teaching practice, and so on. So many of your questions that you might have will get answered in those presentations. So just to bring us back, because I do think it's an important starting point, if you remember that Mr. Chris Foster, our CEO, pointed to the mission and vision of the institution. And as the School of Education and as the head of the school, I take these very seriously, because if the institution is saying and making promises to its students, we have to make sure that every level in the program that you are studying, that we are achieving those goals. Okay, we might not get it right. We will make mistakes, but we will always endeavor to fix them and to explain it. So as Mr. Foster said, our mission and vision is about preparing you for the world of work. And that's where, for me, the link to becoming the teacher that this country needs is the important link. And of course, we want to widen access, and that's why we offer this PGCE through the online distance model that we offer it, because it means that it opens up access to those of you that are sitting all over the country that don't have access to a campus, or those of you who are studying, who are working and who can't get to a campus to study, or those of you who can't afford campus learning fees, and now distance learning is more affordable. I've made my comment about the world of work over and over, and then of course student-centeredness. And today is the first day in which we are, from the academic point of view, we're demonstrating our commitment to student-centeredness. That everything that we do that's driven through the Center for Student Success or from the academic programs is driven with the idea that we need to support you in a partnership. And I think that is what critical. Teaching and learning is a partnership where we work together so that you learn and we learn, and you are able to successfully complete your qualification. Then there are three important things that I'd like to flag that as an institution that frame what we do. And I will, it's the academic promise, the academic mantra, and the student journey. So the first thing is that Stadio makes an academic promise to its students. And the essence of that is that we make a commitment to admitting you as a student, and that we will do all things that are reasonable and practical to support you to succeed. So it is our commitment to provide an enabling environment. And I think that's important. It's an enabling environment. It's an environment where, as Dr. Meyering has pointed out, where you take responsibility for managing your time, for managing your assessments, for driving yourself towards your goal. We will provide you the support that you need. The other important thing is, of course, access with success, because there's no point in opening access, widening access in this country, but then not ensuring that people succeed. And then, of course, you'll see a little bit later the commitment to being flexible and adaptive in the way that we teach, so that you can benefit from that experience. The academic mantra that we commit ourselves to is, we say, students at the center, learning at the core. And that means that we need to optimize learning and student success by ensuring, right from the type of assessment tasks that you get, the way in which you are supported to complete them, the student support that you get from the C4SS, and that you will hear about that from Vidata, who is there to support you in the C4SS. And then, of course, most importantly, linking back to my earlier comment, our health and our wellness and our well-being is just as important as our academic success. You might have your books and you might be on the learning platform and you might be getting on with your studies, but if you are not looking after your mental and physical well-being, success is not achievable. And then finally, the student journey. We like to think about you being with us for the long run. And Mr. Forster spoke to you about our postgraduate students who then get shares. And hopefully one day you will go on even further in your studies and to do an honors or a master's qualification. And even one day when we have PhDs, we have an honors qualification in inclusive education. We are busy developing a master's qualification. And we hope in the School of Education eventually to have PhD scholars. But as you can see on the screen, there are steps from the enrollment and registration to preparing you for your learning, the teaching and learning that must take place, the student support. Let me just move this silly thing out the way. Assessments, and I'll talk more about that. Formative and summative assessments, when you've completed all your assessments, then the certification when you graduate, and then one day when you become an alumni, and we continue to have relationships with you. We have what is known as program stakeholder committees, where we have our alumni that sit on those programs to give us feedback. We carry out surveys to gather information from your employers about how well we've helped prepare you for the workplace and how we need to change our practices to do that. And then, of course, if you get shares one day, you will remain with us. So this program, the PGCE, I think it's really important for you to understand that the teacher education in this country is highly regulated. We have what is known as the minimum requirements for teacher education qualifications. And in that document, it specifies exactly a whole range of things in terms of the design of a teacher training qualification. And that before we could get this qualification accredited by the CHE, we had to submit our program design to the Department of Higher Education and Training and have it approved. It is checked against the minimum requirements for teacher education. So many of the things that you are required to do in this program, like the 10 weeks of teaching practice in a school, like ensuring you have language conversation in a South African language, like ICT competence. And you will see just now, those are specified by the regulatory requirements of teacher education. And when you go to register with SACE as a teacher, your qualification will be checked, and you will not be registered with SACE if we had designed a program that does not align with the minimum requirements for teacher education. So where you're going to come up against some things that you might find challenging or frustrating, you need to understand the context within which the program is designed. So I've put on the screen a lot of words, which is not modeling the best practice when it comes to using PowerPoints. But the reason that I left all the words there is because I am going to make sure that this PowerPoint presentation is shared with you. So all these important words, you have access to it. But there are a number of key principles that underpin the design of all teacher education qualifications. And the modules that you study, the combination of modules, the types of assessment tasks that you get are all designed. When we designed this PGCE and we submitted it for approval, we had to align it. So it's based on these principles that teaching is a complex activity. You're not technicians. You're not just purveyors of content knowledge. You are facilitating a complex engagement where there's integration, there's application, there's learning that needs to take place that's context specific. And I'll come back to that. Each classroom of children brings with it a particular context that you as a teacher will have to be engaged with. Each subject that you teach will come with a set of skills and knowledge and ways of teaching that you as a teacher need to be equipped with, and that's what this qualification is trying to do. Again, it's about integrated and applied knowledge. It's about key skills at the level of reflection, connection, synthesis, and research. And you will see the kinds of assessment tasks are designed in a way to actually develop and test those kind of skills. And most importantly for me is the integration between the theory and the practice. And that's why all teacher education qualifications are designed around theoretical aspects and practical aspects. And that's why the time in school, the structured and assessed time in school is absolutely critical. In our undergraduate programs, we have a design of a 1 week on campus and 1 week in the school because of the way in which we value the theory practice integration. So the time that you're going to spend in schools for doing your teaching practice is absolutely critical. And I know that many of you will raise concerns about having to take leave in order to go and do your teaching practice. That's a commitment that you need to make in order to get this qualification. You will also have queries about, I'm a teacher in a school, can I do my teaching practice there? Don't worry, we have the most wonderful teaching practice department that will answer all those concerns and queries for you. And then next very important thing, in understanding the modules that you have to study in this qualification is because all teachers' practice is underpinned by what we call types of knowledge. So we've designed the modules around certain knowledge types. And the first type, there's 5 of them, is disciplinary or subject matter knowledge. Now unlike our 4-year qualifications, where the teachers studying for the foundation phase and the intermediate phase learn the content knowledge of the subjects that they are going to teach in the qualification, You are coming with an undergraduate or an honors or a master's or a PhD, but primarily what we look at is your undergraduate qualification, where you have studied certain subjects or disciplines, and that provides you with the disciplinary knowledge. So we don't teach you the maths that you're going to teach. Of course, you encounter it because we teach in an integrated way. You can't teach the skills of teaching without looking at the subject matter. But we have to, and that's why there is such a rigorous process in the identification of the methodology modules that you have chosen. We have to ensure that you have up to NQF level 7 or 3rd year, the content knowledge needed to teach in the FET, or up until 2nd year, and the credits and the NQF level 6 or 5 required to teach in the senior phase. So I know that many of you have thought that you would like to choose, you've chosen some of your specializations on the basis of what you might be teaching already or what you would like to teach. But we, in terms of the Mr. Tech requirements, in terms of the admission criteria, you have to come with the disciplinary knowledge in order to be able to teach. There's other kind of subject knowledge that you need, and that's where you will be doing like education studies modules, where you need some philosophy, some psychology, how do students grow and develop. You need an understanding of politics, economics, sociology, and so on, because we don't teach in abstract. You've got a classroom in a school, in a community, in a province, in a country, and in the world. And we need to understand our role and teaching in relation to that. And that brings me back to my earlier point, also about professional ethics and issues related to the knowledge of the relationships between yourself and others. And you will be encountering parents, members in the community, other colleagues in the school that you're working with, and you need the kinds of ethical base and the sets of skills that will enable you to manage those kinds of interactions. And I cannot overemphasize at this stage in our country's trajectory the importance of ethics as a teacher, the values that you model, the way in which you behave in the classroom, the responsibility that you take for the children is absolutely critical to the future of our country. Then, of course, the obvious ones, the ones that you usually love most, is the pedagogical learning, the principles that surround generally, so you're going to learn some general pedagogical knowledge that applies across the disciplines, but you will also, in your methodology modules, learn the specific pedagogical content knowledge that you need to teach your specializations. Of course, in our country, inclusive education is critical at every level. The children in your classroom, there's going to be diversity in terms of their prior learning, in terms of their language, and I think it doesn't apply as, yes it does. I will say this, that I'm excited by the commitment by the DBE that we have to look at mother tongue teaching, and that's where just now when I talk about the importance of the language conversational, even in a high school, our commitment to the diversity of language beyond just the spoken word, but to the fact that language is about culture, it's about diversity, and it's about bringing together people in this country so that we can work with one another across the range of diversity that we represent. Then, of course, the other really critical learning area is that of practice. And you will find opportunities where what we talk about learning from practice. So that's from lesson observations, from videos, from case studies. You will be doing some assignments where you do case study, where you will be looking at what the theory says and how other people have engaged in practice. And then, of course, most importantly, in my case, you will be learning in practice. So you will be in classrooms, in the online space, if that is happening, is still in the environments where you are teaching. So work integrated learning is a critical part of the types of knowledge that you need as a teacher. You need to be constantly able to, because each lesson that you teach, you might learn, you've now got to reflect on, okay, this group of students are really struggling. And I think that you're going to find as teachers, you're going to have an even bigger challenge than most teachers, in that we know what the pandemic has done to schooling. So you might be next year, when you've completed your qualification, with a group of children who are in grade 10, but who in the previous grades did not get the grounding that they needed, the concepts that they needed. And how do you now, through reflective practice, through some action research, investigate ways in which you can bring those children up to speed in their prior knowledge, so that they can master what it is that you need to teach them now in grade 10. So the critically reflective action skills, the lifelong learning, is absolutely critical in the kind of teacher that you will become. The next type of knowledge area is the situational knowledge, and that's where you, again, in your EDSA and EDSB, which is the educational studies and modules, you will be learning a lot of content, a lot of engagement that will contribute to your understanding about the complex and differentiated nature of the country and the world that we live in, and the challenges that we are facing beyond AIDS and poverty and the lingering effects of apartheid, dealing with diversity, promoting inclusivity, environmental sustainability. Those are all absolutely critical in your role as a teacher in the classroom and in the school, and more generally. And then the last area is fundamental learning. So when you leave this PGCE, you need to have a language competence in a second official language, and it must be one of the 9 other official languages of South Africa. So what you will do is, and I'll talk about that a bit later, is those of you who come in and you've already got an African language, that you are exempt from that requirement. You can, if, for example, you didn't study your African language. One of the lingering effects of apartheid is where that not all schools provide the opportunity for the study of an African language at home language or first additional. But you are absolutely competent. That's your home language. That's what you speak. You might not study in it. You will be able to do a diagnostic and you will be exempt from that. However, if you are not, you will be required to register for the module and acquire your second language competence. I think that when you are able to greet children, just greet them and ask them how they are in their own language. Honestly, it connects people in a way that says, I see you. I see that my life experience, my language, my viewpoints are not the only one, that we are a country of diverse people. And I have made it my business to be able to understand isiZulu and communicate it, not as well as I would like to. I'm still a bit brave. But I know that when I'm able to greet my colleagues, how much they value that I greet them in their language. And I now need to make sure that I can do that in isiXhosa, so that when I am in Bellville in the Cape at our new campus, I'm able to do that. Competence, and I cannot, I'm sure, there's no need for me to explain why that is critical. Sorry, let me go back to my slide. Why that is critical. You are learning in the ICT space, in the online space where you need these skills. And we saw during the pandemic how the move into the online space was absolutely critical to save the teaching and learning in the schools during that time. And many schools now have retained the use of the teaching and learning in the online space. So having those skills is absolutely important. the academic literacies that you need. You've come through an undergraduate qualification, so the ability to argue and analyze and write coherently is assumed. And we certainly hope that, that is the case. But if you need support, you will definitely get the support in your modules and through the C4SS. So these are the broad requirements that come from the Mr. Tech. But what I'd also like you to familiarize yourself with, sorry, let me just do this. I don't know what I did, something stupid, but is with the program outcomes. When you leave this, when you complete this, walk across the stage, and I will be there, and you are you graduate with this qualification. You are graduating to say that, and I am saying that you have achieved these program outcomes, and that the program has been designed against the minimum requirements to ensure that you have achieved these outcomes. And you will see immediately between those knowledge groups that are required through Mr. Tech, as you glance at the screen, I've highlighted some key words, and I won't go through each of these program outcomes one by one, that you will see the critical link between the requirements of Mr. Tech, in how you arrange the curriculum, how you teach in a differentiated way, the content that you need. You'll come to know the CAPS documents, the learner support material that you need, CAPS's curriculum assessment policy statements. So for everything, in the same way that we are regulated, what you teach in the classroom is also regulated through curriculum policy statements and allied documents in the private education sector. So you're also going to learn about how to assess in your methodology modules. What is the most appropriate way to assess? There are 14 of these program outcomes. Then obviously you need to understand something about the barriers to learning and challenges. You need to know how to manage diverse learning environments. You need to know how to create caring, supportive, and empowering environments for your diverse learners. You need to be able to communicate competently and accurately, effectively, with integrity, because you are going to be writing emails and information to your students, to the parents, and so on, and the community that you work with. And I've spoken again and again, the importance of you being a reflective practitioner, reflection on your practice, reflection on your learners, and so on. You'll need the theoretical knowledge to understand your role as a teacher. You'll need to know education policies, laws, information about management, how to manage your classroom. You need to have respect for and commitment to the profession, and then 21st century skills and beginning research skills. And those skills are important for those of you who want to continue maybe to study in the B.Ed Honours qualification. So where are we with time? Let me just stop, because I can talk forever. It's 10:05. I think I've only, how much of my time have I used, Darren? If you were, I'm sure, or Johan.
Dr. Browning?
Yes, I had,
excuse
I think
me,
I had 45 minutes, did I?
Yes, the next session starts at 10:55. So we need to just give Mrs. Ward a session about 30 minutes.
That's perfect. No, I've got more than enough time.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so that's the broad framework for you to understand this qualification that you're studying. But of course, you need to understand the specific structure. And I just want to let you know that there is a July intake program, an 18-month program. So there are some students who registered for the program in July last year, and they are busy with their EDSA modules, but they will join the other modules with the full-time and the part-time group. There are some of you on the full-time program, and I hope that those of you have thought very carefully about choosing the full-time program and the demands of a program that is 128 credits and that requires it's more than 128, but that requires you to spend at least 8 hours a day on your studies if you are a full-time student, or part-time over 2 years, and I will show you the curriculum accordingly. So let's have a look at how the curriculum is structured. The PGCE is made up of your teaching specializations, okay, in the senior phase, and your teaching specializations in the FET. Some of you might have chosen a third specialization, which you can if you qualify, but that's not reflected here in the curriculum, but it follows exactly the same curriculum as the SP and FET. So you might have 2 SP and 1 FET, or 1 SP and 2 FET. So if you have a look, there is in your first semester of the year, you will register for, you should have been registered for your teaching specialization for the senior phase and your teaching specialization for the FET. You will also be registered for TP 701, which is the first of 2 teaching practice modules. I'll come back to the highlighted, which are it depends on whether or not you have got exemption for the ICT or for the language competence. If not, you will register for those modules as well. Then there are 2 year-long modules that you will start in January. And I think it's important for you also to take heed of the credit weightings of these modules. These are 24 credits. So they run across the year and they are 24 credits. That means they are 240 hours of notional study hours. Now, notional study hours are all the hours that you as a student will need to put into to complete that module. The readings that you will need to do on your own, the time that you will need to spend on assessments, the time that you will join the live streamed lectures, the time that you will spend on the Canvas platform, working on material, completing formative tasks. All of those constitute the hours of the average student that will take to complete this module. So please, when I come a little bit later, in your study letters, the breakdown of the notional study hours are there, and what we are expecting of you and what you are committing to in these modules is captured there. Then you will, in your second semester, you continue with your Ed Studies modules, and if you are doing your language conversational, and you will do your second teaching practice module, your second specialization, and for SP, and your second specialization for the FET. If you have registered for the program over 2 years, you will complete it as follows. You can decide whether you're going to start with your SP or FET. And for some of you where the policy allows you to do some concurrent study, so you might not just have had enough of the maths content or the psychology for life orientation, and we've allowed you to register with concurrent study. In other words, you need to go and study an additional module, which you would have been told. You would choose to, let's say if it was your FET that you're going to do with concurrent study, you would start with your senior phase specialization and do that in semester 1 and semester 2. You will do your teaching practice in semester 1, and you will continue with EDS, and you will complete Ed Studies this year. In your second year, you will pick up your second specialization. So if you chose SP the first time around, it's FET. You will continue and you will do your second teaching practice in the last semester. Now, for some people who are working and who are struggling to take, who struggle to take leave to do their teaching practice, the 10 weeks all in 1 year, then they spread it out like this. So it means you can take your leave and some unpaid leave. Hopefully you have the kind of employer that will allow that, and you will do that in your second year. And that is one way in which you can pace your studies to make sure that you can complete the required time in schools. And of course, you'll complete the Ed Studies qualification. Just to remind you about the endorsements for the ICTE and the languages, that this is compulsory. If you look at the Mr. Tech document, it says that we have to endorse your qualification that you have achieved both of these. So if you have done some sort of computer study at school, prior study, that will be used to exempt you. Or we offer you a diagnostic because we know that the majority of you have studied online already in your undergraduate studies. So you complete the diagnostic and you are exempt. If you don't pass the diagnostic, then you will be required to register for CPT 101. Those of you who also want to learn more can also register for the module voluntarily. Then for the same as with the languages, if either through prior study or through the diagnostic, you demonstrate your language competence in a South African language, then you will be exempt. And there's an administrative process that's underway to ensure that. Okay, well on time. So what is the delivery model for this online distance learning program that you have registered for? Now, I know for many of you, you might have come through your undergraduate qualification through, let's say, through UNISA. And with UNISA, you have received in your undergraduate qualification a study guide, and you sit with your study guide and you worked through the material, and if there was something online, you joined, or if there wasn't, there wasn't in some cases, or you chose not to. In our model, the online learning distance model, this program is delivered from the learning management system, and we use the Canvas platform that you are going to get to know more about. And I'm sure that many of you, but not all of you, have had the experience of, in your undergraduate studies, of going onto a learning management system. Many of the other universities use Moodle or Blackboard. I know there's other platforms that have been used, like Google Classroom and those sorts of things. But if you've had some engagement in an online learning space, you should find it easy to adjust to working for each of your modules. There will be an online classroom space. That is your online space where you will engage with one another, you will engage with your lecturer, where you will upload your assignments, where you will do your quizzes, where you will do your tracker activities, where you will find the resources that you need. So it consists of teaching and learning in that space, and then what we call synchronous Zoom-based contact lecture sessions, which happen every week. On a Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. Now, I'll show you just now, not all modules have it every week and every day. You will have to make sure that you check the program to see when there will be a live event. This is an opportunity for you to engage with your lecturer, to participate with your peers, your other students studying with you. And it is streamed live, and then it is recorded, and it is uploaded to your Canvas page, so that should you not be able to watch it because you've got a child who's sick or something that happens, you will be able to watch the recording. And that's where we give you the flexibility in the online space and in this space to manage and pace your learning. There's obviously recorded presentations that are also made by your lecturers that are uploaded for you to manage in your own time. And then there's independent study, the readings that you need to do, the material that you need to study. Of course, another key part of the delivery model is assessment, and our assessment consists of both formative, and summative assessment. Now, for those of you who are wondering, there are no sit-down exams planned for these first semester modules. In our previous design of the program, pre-COVID, there was going to be sit-down exams for EDSA and EDSB. We will revisit that once we have a real clear sense of the pandemic, but also what we've learned from moving online in our assessment. And we are also looking at the possibility of, for those of you, I'm just going to, oh, yes, I can't switch the aircon on because it's load shedding. I wondered why I was getting so hot. Sorry about that distraction. I suddenly felt like super hot. Where was I? So what we've learned during the pandemic is that we can assess in an authentic and an effective way online. That means that in our undergraduate program, in many of the modules, we will not revert back to sit-down venue-based exams. We will be using a combination of online assessment and venue-based, but we will give you plenty warning about that if there will be any online venue-based assessment at the end of the year, once we have completed our review. There is also on a weekly basis, and this is where it's different to how you might have paced your learning if you were studying through a traditional distance learning, is that there are weekly things that you need to keep on top of in your Canvas pages, where you can't wait until there's a long weekend and sit down and completely binge your assessment tasks. You need to keep an eye on your deadlines and what you need to keep on top of. Obviously, there's other things that you can plan your time for, where you sit down and do your readings and prepare your assessments. So that's why having a work plan for yourself for each module, where you plot each date for each assessment, for each task, and you say, this weekend, no hanging out with the family or the friends. I'm staying at home because I'm working on this assessment task, or whatever it is that you need to do. Another very important part of the delivery model are the course readers, the textbooks, and the open educational resources that you will be referred to. And you're going to have a presentation just now by Marina Ward, our online, our postgraduate librarian, who will help you find a wealth of resources online that you can use to inform your studies. Just to make a note to you, I am a social media stalker. My children know that too, and they find ways of stopping that. But I am in a lot of the student groups on Stadio, and because I like to see what students are saying. I can't connect with all of you individually, even though I would love to. So it's one way, if I'm lying in the early hours of the morning and I've done my Wordle, and now I go on to Instagram, and I've checked on my children all over the world to see what they're up to. I then have a look in some of the groups, and I can see, a lot of students are asking this question. Let me feed it back, so I can feed it back to the service manager, the Buddy Project coordinator in our Wednesday newsletter. Let's just get to the students and tell them give them an answer before it becomes a problem. And one of the things that I have noticed is people are trying to buy secondhand textbooks, completely acceptable. But what you can't do is buy secondhand course readers. There are copyright restrictions that course readers can only be used for the year that they are issued to the student. And they are a compulsory buy in your Wisebooks cart. So you can remove everything else from your Wisebook cart, but to get your free t-shirt and your student card, you cannot remove the course readers. You have to purchase them. Then, of course, another critical part, which you'll get to hear more about, is teaching practice. And then, very critically, the documents that are available for module management. Now, for each of your modules, you will get a study letter. Now, if you end up registering for computer practice and language conversational, you will get a study guide. because that module is an NQF level 5 module, and it is offered by a combination of a traditional distance learning model with study guides, as well as the online engagement that you will have with your lecturer. But for all your modules, there will be a study letter uploaded. It will outline the module outcomes, the units, the notional study hours, the material that you need, everything that you need to know about your module. So make sure that you download all of those, put them in a folder so that they all on your laptop, so that they're all easily accessible, so that you can manage your learning effectively. There's also a document called Assessment Guidelines for Students that will lay out for you the weightings, because remember and I'm sure it's been your experience, for each module there will be a number of assessment tasks. They will be weighted differently, and depending on the weighting of the module, the impact of how you perform. So we get students saying, but I was passing and now I've got this mark and suddenly I'm failing. It's because that module is weighted much higher and you didn't do as well. So check your assessment guidelines for students, check your assessment dates, which will be on your Canvas page. And then where there's an assignment that you need to do, you will be given that an assessment guide, and that will also be uploaded on your Canvas page. So your Canvas page is the most important space for you in the teaching and learning journey. Then, okay, the calendar, just because I think it's important that you're all aware of this. So you, on the Canvas site there, you should have seen your student calendar, but I want to just explain it to you. Officially, the PGCE program commences on the 14th of March. You'll see on your calendar there are those delicious public holidays where I'm sure, like me, you won't be going, oh yay, time for a lovely long weekend to go away. It will go, you will go, oh yay, I've got an extra day like I do. Oh good, I can catch up on my work on that day. It really is a reality of how challenging this program is. But I certainly hope in self-care that you do find during recess and other times to actually spend time with your family. So you'll see that we come up to the first 6 weeks, and then the second 6 weeks. Now, what I want to just explain to you quickly is that you will see in the calendar, it says study leave and exams start. Now, you won't be writing exams. However, you will be given information that says that during those 2 weeks, from the 13th of June to the 24th of June, there will be one assignment per module that will be scheduled during that time. So it helps you spread out, and us spread, because of the marking and the feedback, spread out the assessments over the preceding 12 weeks, and your final assessment will be done in that period. Then there will be a recess, and then if you go and have a look at the calendar, it will tell you the dates when all the final marks will be released. Then the last thing that I need to just point you in the right direction about is that, as I said, there are streamed live lectures Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, and there are often more than one channel. So pay attention to the timetable that is emailed to you and that is put up on Canvas. This is channel 1, 15th to the 17th of March. I've just taken a clip from it. It is live from the Musgrave campus, but for now, we're not allowing attendance at the campus, but the links are in this document. And if I go to the next page, you can see an example. So on the 15th of March, starting at 4 o'clock, is Dr. Kumari Padiachi, and those of you who are registered for EDSB 700, the year module, that will be your first live lecture with her. Then if that's your specialization is teaching, engineering, and graphics, I think, something like that, with Mr. Rowan Thompson, he's the head of Department for Math, Science, and Technology. That will be his session. All of you TP701 with Mr. Godson, Korcha. Sorry, Godson, I mispronounced your name. And he is the PC for teaching practice, and he will be there, and so on. So it's up to you to check those schedules for the 3 days and to check the channels, highlight when your module will be, and make sure that you join with that link for the live session. And if for some reason you can't join, that you actually make sure that you check and watch the recording. Some of the participation activities or the trackers, they link to these sessions as well. So it's important that you make an effort to join, because that's where you can interact and ask questions and get clarification. Or to at least watch the recordings. And I think I've done with plenty time. So there you go. Thank you very much for this opportunity to speak to all of you. I'm sure you still have lots of questions, but I will make sure that I share this PowerPoint so that all of you can have access to it on Canvas, and you can go back to it and check anything that I sped over too fast. Thank you, everybody. I do need to stop sharing now.
Thank you, Dr. Browning. It's really appreciated. Thank you for a well and informed session. Now, students, our next session, as I said, it's a long one. This is going to be with Mrs. Marina Ward. Mrs. Marina Ward, she's a librarian, and she's got some exciting stuff that she would like to share with you. Mrs. Ward, you are welcome. Welcome to this session as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Johan. Good morning, everybody. I'm Marina Ward, your postgraduate librarian. By the way, I'm based in Port Elizabeth. Somebody asked, who is from Port Elizabeth? It's me. Not only me, there are other lecturers, but just to let you know. But the beauty of the library these days, with the help of technology, is that the library can be accessed from any point, anywhere, and practically any time. I'm going to share my screen with you. Could please anyone indicate if, yes, I hope you can see the screen. And I did not prepare any PowerPoint presentation because I thought anything that I want to tell you about is available and very visible on Canvas. This is the Stadio Library, and in particular, Stadio School of Education online library. In creating this platform, a lot of people have been involved, and it looks very streamlined, but it has taken a lot of time and effort to create it and make it as easy as possible for you to use. So I'm going to quickly take you through the Stadio library, and we are now on the home page. So there is a welcome, and then it's not much here. Well, you can read that the only thing you absolutely have to know is the location of the library. Well, your location is, the library is now online. So just have access to Canvas, find online library, it should be connected, and then all you do, you just click and you start getting the information you need. My role is support of the students in your journey through the PGCE course. You will need, as Dr. Browning said, you will need to obtain general pedagogical knowledge and specialized content knowledge. So in this journey of obtaining this knowledge, I will help you in two big ways. First of all, where and how to find information. And I'm talking about information that is not just Google or social media information. This is, I'm talking about academic or scholarly information that is available online for Stadia. And my second big job is to help you with referencing that information, which is very important in order to avoid plagiarism. When you find out, learn how to find this scholarly information, and then you will start using it for your assignments, then you will have to acknowledge the sources that you used for your assignments. And this is very important. Your marks in many ways will depend on how you acknowledge the information that you used for your assignments. So, and if you do not do it properly, it is considered as plagiarism. And I'm sure I don't need to explain to you what plagiarism is. You have heard it many times. But there are different and sometimes a bit complicated ways of acknowledging your sources, which are two ways. It's referencing and citing. So this is where I hope I can provide a good support to you. So what I want to start with quickly is just show you that I'm not alone in helping you in my journey. So if I click on campus libraries, and okay, it's loading. If you happen to be in the vicinity of any of this library, this is Cape Town, this is Centurion, Durban, Waterfall, I am here in the middle. I am considered as distance learning library. So if you click there, you will see me. And here I try to list the what I can do for you, what I can help you with. I can help you with information provision and training, and I can do it individually or I can do it as a group. I'm sure that together with your lecturers, we will organize, and with student support, also C4SS, we will organize the after-hours sessions for you, where I will, with the help of other student support staff, will help you with this information about how to find information and how to reference it. So if I, the beauty actually of Campus here and of this platform is that I can go back easily and I can get back to the home page. So, but I want to show you quickly that if I click on, for example, Centurion, there is a qualified librarian there. So every campus library has either qualified librarian or resource center manager to help you. For example, in Centurion, Miss Louise Peters, and this is information about her. So you can read at your own time. So every campus, as I said, has a help available for you. On my distance library page, you can see I specified that my working hours are 8 to 4, Monday to Friday, but please remember that I'm only an email away from you, although I'm in Port Elizabeth, and I'm happy to help you. If I cannot help you immediately within the hours between 8 and 4, I will at least acknowledge that I received your query and I will reply and respond to you as soon as I can. And my rule is to respond within the 24 hours. So I'm going back to the home page, to the welcome page. And the next, you see, there are only 4 circles, but behind these 4 circles in this pretty maroon color, there is a lot of information. So the biggest part of it is online resources, which is where actually the online library is. So if I click on online resources, it's loading. This is a lovely picture, I think, of the online library It's a lot of books, but these books are now within the smartphones and computers. So it's not like you really need to go to the library physically. Although, as I have already said, if you happen to be near one of the libraries, near one of your campus libraries, you're welcome to go and you will get a good help there. But online resources could be accessed anytime, anywhere, if you have access to campus. So if I scroll down a little bit, I want to show you, and I'm very excited to show you these resources, especially this academic year. The School of Education, together with the whole Stadia, is very fortunate to have access to a lot of wonderful, excellent academic online resources. I will briefly explain each and every one, very briefly. This one is actually the catalog of the physical books of the library if you happen to be on campus. So what was done here is we provide an access to each and every resource, and then we provide an explanation how to use this resource. Although it's a bit difficult probably just to click and read, how do I do this? Yes, you can follow it, but I'm sure that live sessions that we will provide during the course of the year will help you even more when I will show you, open each and every resource and explain in detail how to use it effectively and efficiently for your assignments. So this is, as I said, resource for the physical books. So if I click on it, and I have to log in because I haven't logged in, this is my MBury. If you have access to it, there is a link to the library, and this is the catalog of physical books. So if you look for something, and sometimes it's a little bit slow, so if you type one of the words and then there are different functions or rather fields of searching, if you specify the field and then click search, then you will see the books on the specific topic. To reduce the number, I would advise you to use the title, because the catalog is arranged that way that it's easier to work by, to find information on the title. You have to wait a couple of minutes. Once it finds all the books that have this word curriculum in the title, and then you will see each and every library that has, okay, it provided 99 results with the word curriculum somewhere either in the title, mostly in the title, and then it actually on the right hand side it shows which library this book is located is, and if it is in or out. At the beginning of the year, of course, most of the books are in. So, but I'm going to close it. So this is how to use the library catalog. I tried to provide an explanation how to do it, how you use it, but we will do it in more details in our next sessions. So if the next very big resource that you will, I'm sure you will enjoy using, is called EBSCOhost. It's a huge database of electronic books, or we call them ebooks, electronic journals, and obviously online articles, and also other resources. But in your preparation for your assignments, most of the academic resources are supposed to be scholarly books and scholarly articles. So this is a very big database that allows access to big sub-databases of books and sub-databases of articles and other resources. The next one is, this is unique for the School of Education. It's a wonderful resource by very well-known publisher Taylor and Francis, and we obtained access to the collection of educational or education-related journals to 221 journals at the moment. There are no online books in this database. These are excellent journals that will help you to find information for your assignments. One of your assignments may be find an article and review the article. So this is one of the best and well-known in the world. I'm not trying to say that EBSCO is not well-known, but this is one of the wonderful collection of the online journals. And I tried to compile an explanation how to use Taylor and Francis. It's not difficult, but students still need some help. The next one, okay, I want to show you how it looks very quickly. It's very important, but everywhere I try to explain on Canvas, on ECI, that you have to have an extra click because you cannot see much unless you log in, click on login with Stadio, and then it will redirect you. And as soon as you see access provided by Stadio, you can start searching. So it's not difficult, and you just need to know certain search techniques. But I'm sure that many of you, if not all of you, if you already have an undergraduate degree, you may have experienced in using the other libraries and attending training, how to use the search techniques in order to search and find information that is really efficient and very useful for your assignments. So the next one is Sabinet. Unfortunately, at the moment, there is a problem with the link, but I would not concern myself and you with this because Sabinet access for Stadio is mostly management, business, and law journals. Although the link will be provided for the School of Education as well, but it's probably the least important database for us. My next one, or our next one, is a wonderful, huge resource that is called ProQuest. If I click, yes, again, how to use ProQuest. If I click on this, you will need actually to click once again to open it in the new window. And here you will see that there is a wealth of information for you to look at, to study, to try. And what is nice, you don't need to have extra clicks. It's already access provided by Stadio. Just have a look at the menu. It's a very, very big database. You can search either the whole database without specifying what and where you are looking for, but you can concentrate on either only scholarly journals or only electronic scholarly academic books. There is also a whole database within ProQuest which provides videos, very, very useful educational videos. And also, if you need, it's probably more relevant to honors, but you're welcome. If you want to look at dissertations and thesis, it's also available. As I said, you can search all at once, which will make the search a little bit too big and complicated, or you can just specify what you're looking for and where you're looking for. And there is much, much more there. So the point is, once we announce the additional sessions after hours, probably at 4:30, 5, and even 6 o'clock in the working weeks, please make an effort to attend, because we will explain, I will in particular explain how to use these wonderful resources. So I'm closing ProQuest and I'm going back to my online resources. And the last big database is Scholar Text. This is purely academic books. Wonderful, wonderful database. You can find a lot of interesting books here. You can actually look through the whole range, which is a catalog on Scholar Text, or you can find a way of searching faster and smarter by creating your course shelves. The difference between Scholar Text, I'm going to close it, the difference between Scholar Text and ProQuest and EBSCOhost, once again, I want just to point out that EBSCOhost, ProQuest, and ProQuest have online books, ebooks, and journal articles. Taylor and Francis, only journal articles. Sabinet, only journal articles. Scholar Text, only books. The difference between Scholar Text and ProQuest and EBSCO is that EBSCOhost and ProQuest allow you to download these books, and everything will be explained in details how to do it. Scholar Text, unfortunately, only allows you to read books online. I don't think it's a big problem. Once you log in through Stadio, you start reading, you can make notes, and you can print a certain amount of information. Now I'm going to scroll a little bit more down. There are more icons here, and you can easily read the titles. I want to show you also e-journals and open access resources. Please look at these icons. Click, this is just click away on what is behind these icons. Under e-journals, I also added open access journals for education. You can see I also added inclusive education, TVET, childhood education, but here under open access journals for education, I listed South African journals that are now open for everyone to use, to search, to download, to print and save. And these are really wonderful South African and Southern African journals, especially, please look at this South African Journal of Education. I believe it should be like a Bible for the students in education, and also South African Journals of Higher Education. Then there is all journals are excellent, but I like more maybe Education as Change, Perspectives in Education. It also depends on what you're looking for. African Perspectives of Research in Teaching and Learning. There are several international journals. All these journals are linked. I created this short list of international journals before we got access to Taylor and Francis. But you are welcome. One of these journals, Sage Open, is not listed as in Taylor and Francis because Sage is another one very well known publisher, and it's remarkable that they also have open access journals there. So if I go back to my previous screen, and once again, I want to show you open access resources. So I have to go down, open access resources. Here there are links to, you see, Taylor and Francis also has books. We do not subscribe to the books on Taylor and Francis, but they have a very good collection of open access books. So here also there is a link to open educational resources, OER, OER Commons, and OER Africa. Since time is quite short, I'm going to quickly move to another very important part of this presentation. Instead of going back home to see one of the maroon circles, I can move from here to writing and referencing. So writing and referencing, I said it and I will say it once again. It will be extremely important for you to know how to reference your resources. the books, the journals, even the web pages if are relevant, and not just web pages, any web pages, but the pages that will provide academic information and relevant information. Here on this platform, we have Studio Referencing Guide 2022 based on Harvard Referencing Guide that you actually need to go through. It's a very explanatory and very extensive guide of 68 pages. Please get familiar with this guide. You can also just open and download it if you don't want to open it every time on campus, because once you scroll down, there is a preview and then you move from page to page. But maybe for you, it will be easier if you have it on campus and as well as on your computer somewhere. But if you minimize file preview, just for me to be able to scroll down quickly to the bottom of the page, I created my own examples, also based, of course, on the Studio Referencing Guide, examples of the most used references and in-text citations. And these are all links to the PDF files. This is a work in progress. I will be adding more and more examples of references and in-text citations. But here you will find the book, an ebook, journal article, and print online in PDF with the OI. I also put web pages and white papers because you will have to read and reference white papers. So as I said, this page will grow more and more. So if I think I have managed to briefly explain everything what you need to know for now, and I cannot expect you to actually remember everything. So I'm back to the Stadio Library or School of Education homepage, where you will find the link to the most important resources. And I hope as soon as we announce our additional sessions, after our sessions to help you to deal with all of this information, I hope to see you there. And thank you so much for listening to me. I'm looking forward to work with you through the course of PGCE, either 1 year or 2 years. Thank you once again. I hope I didn't take too much time.
Thank you, Mrs. Ward, for a very informative session. Yes, automatically, we appreciate your effort and the good quality of work that you're doing during this session. It is much appreciated. Now, students, we're going to have a short comfort break as we missed the first one because of the time that we were constrained with. So the next session, you can make yourself a cup of coffee or a donut or something. The next session will start at 11:10, 10 minutes past 11. Thank you, colleagues. Just a reminder, the last session or the next session will start at 10 minutes past 11 for those that were on load shedding. And please remember, these sessions are recorded. So if you have load shedding, experiencing load shedding in your area, you will be able to access it later on. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Sebastian, and I will introduce myself later on during my session, but I'm just picking up on two recurring questions, both in the Zoom session as well as on YouTube. And I'd just like to take the opportunity to remind you all that you'll get full Canvas access from the 14th of March. So if you log in and you don't see anything available, you don't need to stress. On Monday, the 14th of March, your full access to Canvas will be granted to you, and you'll be able to log in and see all of your courses then. And then secondly, many of you have been asking due to load shedding about the recording links. So the YouTube link that was sent to you is effectively the recording link. It is a live link. But once the session is over, you will be able to use the YouTube link as effectively a recording, and we will distribute this to you. I will make sure that it is included in the DL newsletter this Wednesday, as well as that it is distributed to you via your buddy support and announcement groups as soon as possible. So please do not worry about those links. We will make sure that they get to you as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sebastian. I've also, students, I've also posted all the relevant email addresses for QDesk. That's where you're going to log your queries. You'll see I'll regularly post it here as well, so that you can see who you can address the questions to, or if you have any queries, I will do it regularly so that you can take note of that, please. Thank you.
Hi everyone, me again. I'm just seeing lots of questions coming in. Those of you asking about how you can go about accessing Canvas, I'd just like to remind you that at 20 to 2, there is going to be a Canvas session wherein they will take you through all of these processes and make sure that you are connected. So it is quite an intensive rundown of how to get connected and things like that. So if you are wondering how to log into Canvas, you don't need to worry. We will make sure that it is addressed later on in the session. So please save your questions about that until then. And if at the end you still have questions, from 10 past 2, there is a Q&A session, and we'll make sure that you are assisted. Thank you. Hi, sorry, me again, everyone. You're going to be hearing a lot from me. I see that a number of you are posting your WhatsApp numbers in the chat. I'm not sure if you're doing it on YouTube as well, but please, can I strongly recommend against doing so? I, as the program coordinator for the Buddy program, already have all of your contact information. It's supplied to me once you are registered. So if you're going ahead and putting your personal cell phone number into the chat, you're not going to get connected to a WhatsApp group any quicker. And all you're doing is giving 500 or 600 random strangers access to your personal numbers, which I strongly recommend against. So please hold off on posting your personal numbers and asking about being added into WhatsApp groups until my session at 1 o'clock, where I will cover getting you added into your WhatsApp groups and what the Buddy program is all about. But just a reminder that I will contact you. I have your information, so you don't need to go ahead and post your WhatsApp numbers all over the internet. It is not recommended. It can lead to data loss or you getting hacked or something like that. So please avoid sharing your private information openly on the internet. I strongly advise against it. Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone. Welcome to this first year orientation for the PGCE students. Once again, thank you for everyone attending. It's now 11 or 11:10. We're right on time. I'm going to request Dr. Miranda Swart, the head of TP, to address the next session. That's going to be from 11:10 till 12 o'clock. Dr. Miranda Swart.
Hi,
Thank
Miranda.
you.
Sorry.
Apologies. I got it. Thank you. We sometimes always fall into that trap. Thank you, Dr. Johan, for introducing us, and welcome to all our PGCE students. I'm really looking forward to sharing the session with you, where we talk to you about teaching practice within the PGCE program. I'm going to share my screen. Okay. Are you able to see my screen, Sebastian?
Yes, crystal clear.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, so to our PGCE students, you know what, being a teacher is really a fantastic and a very rewarding job. But you have to still go through a process of becoming a teacher. So what we're going to do in this presentation is a theme that runs through this is becoming a teacher, and what does it actually mean to become a teacher? We're also going to focus on the understanding of the meaning of teaching practice, because there's quite a lot of interpretations, and we have to link it also with a bigger picture, the regulatory requirements as spelled out by Dr. Browning in her presentation. We will focus on the teaching practice model at Stadio School of Education, and then I'm going to give you a broad overview of the two modules in the PGCE program, namely TP 701 and TP 702. I've also got Ms. Priya Kisten, who is going to, she's our senior lecturer, and she will also be doing part of the presentation. And then later in the session, I will also introduce you to Dr. Godson Nwokocha, who is the module coordinator for TP 701. Okay, so now, if you look at the word becoming, it's not just a word. So the word becoming in the world of academia is really loaded with meaning. In literature, it actually refers to being the best that you possibly can be, but becoming is also a process of development, of learning. And we know that if we have learned something, there should be change, there should be growth. And the change could be, for example, cognitive, psychological, emotional, and just among a few of them, I'm sure there's a lot of other types of changes that we could go through when we've engaged in learning. So the teaching practice modules, as well as the methodology modules within the PGCE program, has really been designed in such a way that it focuses on assisting you in becoming a teacher, and to be the best teacher you can possibly be once you step into the classroom as a student teacher, but also as a future teacher. Some of you may be practicing teachers. I'm sure a lot of you are already what we refer to as underqualified practicing teachers. So you can share your experiences of becoming a teacher and being a teacher with our students that are just coming directly from university into the PGCE program. Now, part of what we do in the PGCE program is reflection. Dr. Browning spoke about it, Dr. Les Mayer spoke about it, and we also in teaching practice, we focus a lot on developing you as a student teacher to become a reflective practitioner. So I'm going to now share with you, or Ms. Priya Kisten is going to share with you a reflective collage made by one of our students in the Teaching Practice 702 module.
Thank you, Dr. Swart. I can see the reflective collage. Hello, students and my fellow colleagues. So I'm briefly going to touch on the topic of reflection within this presentation. Reflection is a very important part of teaching, and it is also a very important part of your teaching practice 701, which is done in the first semester, and your teaching practice 2, which is done in the second semester. Reflection is called many different names in the education field, including processing, reviewing, debriefing. Personally, I'd like to consider this very essential ingredient in teaching reflective practice. Now, reflection brings learning to life. Reflective practice helps students to find relevancy and meaning in the lessons that they have in the classroom, helps to make connections between educational experiences and real life situations. It is hoped that when you engage in this process of reflection, it increases your insight and creates pathways to your future learning. Now, to help to support and to motivate for this really essential ingredient in teaching, we have decided to show you a collage on the screen by one of our students who initially engaged in the PGCE program in our first cohort of students, Megan. And she did a phenomenal job in the way she metaphorically linked her teaching practice experience to that of the theme of Alice in Wonderland. So she considered her teaching practice through her reflection as being something quite surreal. And you can imagine when you, or if you've watched Alice in Wonderland, or if you've read it, the surreal experience is going down through a rabbit hole and then emerging into this, amazing, incredible place where there's so many different features and facets that make it exciting. Similarly, with reflection, and in this student's particular case, going into a classroom, engaging with the different facets of being in school, really lent herself to new experiences, new challenges, and new and exciting things for her to discover and explore. Now, when you reflect, it's hopeful that you think about where you've been, where you are now, and possibly where you could actually go with your learning. Now, reflective practice in teaching has to happen all the time because we want reflection to be an active process. It's witnessing of your own experiences and taking a closer look at it, sometimes direct attention to it. Now, reflection is not something we often say, I'm going to reflect in an hour's time or half an hour later. Reflection often happens in the activity, in the moment, and sometimes it just happens on the spot. And as teachers, you will find that when you are in your classroom and you're engaging with learners, you're engaging with the content, you'll often find, this is working, this is not so working. And you reflect by looking at your students, reflect by the way you're feeling about the content that you are teaching, but you have to take cognizance of this experience that you are actually reflecting. If I look back at the collage, if I refer you to the collage, Megan also used the concept of the Cheshire cat as a spirit guide almost. And when you are engaging in your teaching practice, you may not have a Cheshire cat as a spirit guide, but it is hoped that your mentor teacher will be somewhat of a spirit guide that will help you in your teaching experiences and also help you to reflect on your actual teaching in terms of the strategies that you use, how you choose to deliver the content, how you choose to engage with the learners. So in reflection, it is all these great ideas that we have for you that we want you to engage in this process. Because in order for you to be a great teacher, you have to reflect on the now, what you are doing now, and what you can possibly do to be better. Because nothing in education is stagnant or still. It's constantly moving and it's constantly changing. And in order for that kind of process to happen, you have to reflect and you have to think about the actual teaching process. I also just want to touch again on the collage that this student, when she linked her teaching practice to Alice in Wonderland, one of the key things that she shared with us in her reflection when she was going through the motions was that everything is possible in teaching. And there will be days in your teaching practice when you have challenges. There'll be days when you feel this is not for me, it's too overwhelming, but you get by because the 4 weeks that or 5 weeks, I think it is, when you are at your teaching practice, you will find yourself in some surreal experiences. You'll find yourself challenged in so many ways, but it is possible. Everything is possible. You will get through it no matter how difficult the experience is. So just to conclude, that remember that reflection is important for you to grow. It's important for you to develop. And in order for you to reflect, you also have to be open to yourself about what it is that you can do and what you are willing to change in your own practice through reflection. So, Marinda, I hope that I've touched adequately on the process of reflection and the thread that we expect from our students throughout semester 1 and semester 2.
Thank you very much, Priya, much appreciated. Just to our students, when you get to your Teaching Practice 702 module in the second semester, you will also be required to engage in a reflective collage. And when we design a collage, every picture, every line, every color has a specific meaning in relation to the description of how you reflect on your teaching practice, what you've learned from teaching practice, and how it can contribute to your personal and professional development. Thank you very much, Ms. Kirsten. Okay, let me just move forward. All right, so let us look at the terminology for teaching practice. When you read literature around teaching practice, you'll see quite a lot of different terms for teaching practice. You'll see words such as teaching practice, professional practice, practicum, workplace learning, work-based learning, work-integrated learning. But teaching practice is about the practice to teach. It's about practicing to become a professional. So when we always encourage our students when they go to teaching practice, don't just focus on just the teaching in the classroom. Also focus on what does it mean to be in the teaching profession. Find out about conditions of service, promotion possibilities in the profession. So really get a holistic view of what the teaching profession is about. Also focus on learning in and about the school as workplace. The school is your workplace environment in the future. And every school's context is different. So what they refer to as organizational culture. Every school has a different organizational culture. And that organizational culture actually determines the teaching and learning that happens within the school as workplace. So as Dr. Leanne Browning pointed out to you, if you look at the regulatory requirements, teaching practice is core and compulsory for all teacher education programs. So within the PGCE program, we've got 2 teaching practice modules, 1 in each semester. They are compulsory. If you do not complete these compulsory modules, you're not able to qualify with the PGCE. Now, if you look at the second bullet there, the CHE stands for Council for Higher Education. So the Council for Higher Education has got guidelines on work-integrated learning. So work-integrated learning includes 4 modalities. It's theory-based learning, project-based learning, problem-based learning, and then work-based learning. So when you go to teaching practice is one component of work-integrated learning. But you will also find that in your methodology, in your subject specializations, you will also be working on problem-based learning, project-based learning, and that will all feed also into your as part of work-integrated learning, and it will feed into work-based learning, or in other words, teaching practice. So the national policy that guides the design of teacher education programs is, as Dr. Browning said, Mr. Tech, by the Department of Higher Education and Training. So the national policy determines the time spent in schools for PGCE programs. Now, our accredited program is 10 weeks. However, because of COVID-related challenges, we've reduced it to 9 weeks this year. And this decision was made at the end of last year in preparation for this year, because at the time where we were planning for this year, most schools were still on a rotational timetable. And we experienced last year when we had a restriction level 3 in schools, that the rotational system definitely does impact on the number of lessons that students are given to teach in the school. So for 2022, you'll be doing 4 weeks of teaching practice rather than 5 in TP 701. And in the second semester, you will do 5 weeks of teaching practice. Okay, so let us further unpack teaching practice. So, you know, we often get reports from schools across all our programs, be it and as well as PGCE programs, where schools indicate to us the student is not engaged in teaching. They're sitting at the back of the classroom on their cell phone or busy with other academic assignments. So teaching practice is not about just sitting idle in a school. It is a period of time spent in school in purposive, structured activities. So there's purpose to what you are doing in the school, such as structured observation, observing what the teachers are doing, how they're doing it, why they're doing it. Asking a teacher, why have you now used group work or problem-based learning rather than pair work, for example? So understanding the reasoning behind teachers' choices in making certain decisions. But it's also part of being fully involved in the school in extramural activities. The majority of schools are back to their normal extramural activity program, and we want students to be part of that. More than often, schools also give students administrative tasks to do. They also require students to do some relief teaching if needed. But we do caution our schools not to overload students with relief teaching to such a point that they cannot meet the module requirements. You may also be invited to attend parents' meetings or curriculum development workshops. So, besides structured observation and getting to know the organizational culture in the school and how teaching and learning happens in the school, you will also be provided with opportunities to experience actual teaching and learning. So the work of teaching. Often students think, you know, that teaching is just about teaching lessons. It's bigger and administrative work. It's much bigger than that. More than often, teachers are parents, they are caregivers, fundraisers, etc. So there's a whole scope of all kinds of tasks and responsibilities that make up the work of teaching. And you will experience that when you are in the schools. Some of the teachers may also ask you to quickly do an unplanned lesson for them. They might say to you, look, I quickly have to step out of the classroom. Here's the topic, here's the book, please go ahead. And our teachers often have to just step in, and they really do a great job. But we also have opportunities for you to plan your lessons. So we do have formal lessons and informal lessons that we would like you to teach in the school. And in some cases, the mentor teacher will assess you, and I'll give you more information about that. When you engage in the actual work of teaching as a student teacher, it's going to come with a whole range of feelings. You go into school with a lot of anticipation, and sometimes when you're in the school, you say, wow, it really met my goals for teaching practice, or this is what I expected. So you're excited and you realize, wow, this is really what I want to do. But you may also find a bit frustrating at times. Every work situation is challenging, and it's about how you deal with those challenges. So take the mindset when you go to a school for teaching practice that irrespective of the problem that comes my way, I will find a solution. And remember, tomorrow is a new day, and challenges that you experience today may not continue tomorrow. So you will also experience achievements. Sometimes it's achievements around little things that you got right, and those achievements will contribute to your learning, personal and professional development. And please keep in mind, even if you have negative experiences or challenging experiences, you can learn from those experiences. By reflecting on those experiences, you can learn and say, well, you know, I'm not going to do this again, or I observed a teacher do something, and well, I won't do that when I become a teacher. Teaching practice in a school will also help prepare you to be a great teacher, not just a mediocre teacher. a great teacher that can provide quality teaching and learning. Now, we can unpack quality teaching and learning, but we do unpack that for you in TP 701, the first teaching practice module, because some schools see quality teaching and learning as having the highest marks in the country, where other schools focus on quality teaching and learning by focusing on the well-being of the learners. So when you go into schools, please ensure that you focus on excellent, be as the best you can be in the school. Okay, Dr. Leanne also mentioned practical learning as one of the knowledge mixes in the Mr. Tech document, but just in case you missed that part of the presentation, just a quick reflection there, or a quick repeat there. So teaching practice allows you to learn in practice. So when you go into the schools, you are preparing lessons, you are preparing assessments, you present lessons, you reflect and you learn about the work of teaching. But when you are also engaged in TP 701 and TP 702 modules, you also learn from practice. So learning from practice is about the study of practice. So we allow you in the modules to engage with each other, in discussion forums, for example, where because most of you are going to different school contexts. Some of you will be in a rural school, some of you might be in a private school or a former Model C schools. And in these discussion forums in our TP 701 and TP 702 modules, you get an opportunity to share your experiences of what is going on in your teaching practice schools, obviously around a specific theme. Our modules have also been designed in such a way that there are two components to each module. There is an institutional teaching practice component, which we just briefly refer to as ITP. And in the ITP component of the module, we take you through a range of topics such as lesson planning, classroom management, learner engagement, how to manage learner behavior, etc. And we make use of case studies, video recordings, and collaborative forums. But when you go to school, you also engage in observation, and you also learn about the context and how the society, as well as the direct community that feeds into the school, how socioeconomic challenges or socioeconomic conditions in the society actually influences the work of teaching within the school. Okay, so let's stand still at teachers' work. So a very famous South African educational theorist, Professor Wally Morrow, he wrote a book called What is Teachers' Work? And he asked a question, so why would anybody want to be a teacher? And he uses a very provocative statement. He says, why would anyone want to be a teacher? Because he says the job of teachers is to teach. Yet the expectations, the job description of a teacher and what they have to do within the context that they are, whether it's rural, urban, private, makes it impossible to teach. So that's why I said it's a provocative statement. He says, why does anybody want to be a teacher? Because if you look at the job description of a teacher and the context within which teachers work, it often becomes impossible to teach. Now, I recently found a very interesting article that supports the work of Wally Morrow, and that is the person is called Warren Chalkin, and he wrote a lovely article in the Independent Education newspaper on what is your why. He talks about teaching and what is your why. So my question to you this year is, what is your why? Why do you want to be a teacher? Right. So what Wally Morrow says is that we shouldn't talk about the work of teaching or just say teaching, because it's such a loaded concept or loaded construct. He says we should rather refer to teaching as organizing systematic learning. He says teaching should rather be seen as a system So it's everything that, all the conditions, circumstances, factors, contexts that are at interplay with each other that actually makes up the work of teaching. So it should rather be seen as a system and a process rather than just as single events, for example, teaching a single lesson in a classroom. So what Warren Chalkin writes about, so he sort of takes Wally Morrow's argument about teaching should be viewed as a system, and he takes it a little bit further, and he says, and I would like to just read to you his opening statement. He says, why would you, or anybody for that matter, want to be a teacher? My answer to this frequently asked question was always a simple, I just know. So do you know that you want to be a teacher? Maybe not at this point yet. As Dr. Brownie pointed out, there may be various reasons why you are doing the PGCE program. You may not be sure that you want to be a teacher, but hopefully you will find your why in this year or two that you are doing your PGCE. So Warren Chalkin was he writes now, obviously, in this article as a practicing teacher, looking back at when he was a student teacher. So he did a B.Ed program, a B.Ed qualification, and he went to various schools for teaching practice. And in the article, he points out that he went to private former Model C schools as well as township schools. However, in his third year, he decided to go to a small community, rural school in the Mpumalanga area. He says in most of the schools where he used to do teaching practice, they had all the bells and whistles. So they had all the physical and material resources, and he just felt that there was something missing. He really wanted to explore teaching further. So he went to the small rural community school, and he had the most wonderful experience. And he said when he walked in there, when you walk into school that don't have all the physical and material resources, you have to find why you want to teach. And he points out in his reading that from his experience, as he reflects on his experience of being a teacher in a rural school with hardly any human and physical resources, he said, sand may have replaced books, trees might have provided an improvised roof, or a rock could have served as a kind of smartboard. But organized and systematic learning could still take place. So what he's pointing out in this article, he said, even though there were hardly any resources to teach and the physical structure of the building was not good, almost the typical of we can teach under a tree, learning still took place. And why I'm sharing this with you is that, you may get to a teaching practice school that does not have all the bells and whistles. They don't have all the physical and material resources, but they may be very rich in human resources, meaning the teachers work in collaboration, the learners are cared for, and teaching and learning is the core business of the day. So what Warren Chalkin says in his article, he says what he learned from his experience in a community school with very little resources is, what have the learners actually learned today? He says often when he looked back at his teaching practice in more affluential schools, he couldn't answer this question, what did the learners actually learn today? But in a different context, he could clearly answer those questions. I know what my learners learned today. But he also asked the question, and a question that all teachers should ask, what have the learners taught me today? And please keep this with you as you go to teaching practice. What can you learn from the learners? And it's a very important point. So I just want to say to you also that, and I just want to finish off with the last part of his article. He says, I found my way. I found my why. I realized that the journey to find the essence of teaching is an endless one. The route winds and shifts, bends and splits. There are days when we want to put our bags down and run away. But when it gets hard, and the rain starts to pour, my question to you is, what is your why? We will share this article with you at the same time that you get the recording, so that you can read it in more detail, and hopefully this message will stay with you during your journey of becoming a teacher within the PGCE program. What is your why? What have the learners learned today, and what have the learners taught you? Okay, briefly, our teaching practice model is about learning in lectures, so your support sessions, your live events that you have on a weekly basis, in your education studies module, your subject methodologies, but also learning from the materials that are on our Canvas sites for each of the modules. That learning should be extended to the school when you go to teaching practice. Sometimes you will learn additional things, let me call it things, in the school that you would not have covered in the module lectures or from the materials, the live events. But it's also important to learn through reflection, and it's a cycle. So it's learning about theoretical aspects, practicing it, and then reflecting on it, and then the cycle starts again. So I've added this diagram because for me, it's very important that you as a student teacher understand your role in navigating the two worlds, the two systems of initial teacher education. So when you're doing your PGCE, you are in an initial teacher education system. There are a lot of learning opportunities, formal, informal, planned, incidental. And you then go to schools as a different system, the school as your workplace setting. There are different forms of learning opportunities there. For example, you may stand at the photocopy machine and there's a conversation between two teachers happening, and you listen in on that conversation. You're not eavesdropping because you're at the photocopy machine, and you learn from those conversations. And in the middle is the novice teacher. Now, some of you may be novice teachers because you're underqualified teachers. But if you're not a novice teacher in the program, then you are a student teacher. So that center of this diagram actually applies to both student teacher and if you're an underqualified teacher. In the middle is you, the student. You have to navigate yourself between this world of academia and the world of school. You have to make sense of the two different worlds. We're never going to get it right that the world of academia speaks the same language as the world of school. Ken Zeichner has pointed this out as a perennial problem. It's never going to be resolved, never going to go away. So what is the role of the student? The student is there to make sure that they connect the world. And if there's disconnections between the world of academia, so within the PGCE program, and the world of school, it is up to the student teacher to make that connection or ask for help. So reach out to your lecturers to say, but the school is doing this and I see a bit of a disconnection with what I'm doing in the PGCE, so it can be clarified for you. Within this system, there's also a lot of personal, social, and contextual conditions that are at play that you get to learn about and that you will learn to make your own as you go on this journey of becoming a teacher. Okay, down to the nitty-gritty. This is a synopsis of the two modules in the PGCE program. TP 701 is in semester 1. All right, so our full-time students, you will be doing TP 701 in semester 1 and TP 702 in semester 2. Part-time students, part-time 1, so part-time first-year students will be doing TP 701 in the first semester, but next year in 2023, you will do the second year semester because you're doing your the program over 2 years. The July intake, July 2021 intake, although your registration status referred to you as a part-time student doing your studies over 18 months, when you move into your semester 2 and semester 3, which is now March to July and then August to December, you will be doing both teaching practice modules. So please take note of that we often get confusion among the 18-month cohort to say I'm part-time, so when do I do my TP? So 18 months, if you're on the 18 months cohort, you do TP 701 in semester 1 this year, as well as TP 702 in semester 2. All right, as mentioned, each of the modules have got an ITP component. So theories, there's a number of topics that we go through, or that you go through in order to prepare you for teaching practice, and to also link up with the subject specializations. But there's also the SBTP, meaning your school-based teaching practice. In TP 701, as we mentioned, you go from you go to schools for 4 weeks, a full 20 school days, starting on the 3rd of May to the 30th of May. Now, a lot of students have asked us, I want to start next week. I want to start my teaching practice next week. Students, it's not possible for you to start teaching practice immediately as soon as the semester starts. It is important for you to get at least a minimum of 4 weeks exposure to all the modules in the program. Otherwise, you're going to find yourself in a lot of difficulty during teaching practice. And I'll give you an example. It may be a case that your subject specialization would like you to interview a mentor teacher at the school, and they are only covering that in week 4 of the program. Then you're going to miss out. You're not going to know, especially if you start your teaching practice earlier. So what we have done is, if a school says to us that they've got formal assessments towards the latter part of May, they're writing exams and they would prefer a student to start a week earlier, and we get a letter from the school, then we allow a student to start a week earlier. Remember, when we set these dates for teaching practice, we do not have the exam timetables of schools across the country. So it is for the school to say to us, look, we've got formal assessments in this time. Then you come back, you write to the lovely ladies in the teaching practice department that deal with school placements, and they discuss it with the module coordinator, Dr. Godson Nwokocha, or Ms. Priya Kiston as senior lecturer, or myself. And we will try and accommodate the school and you. All right, so you will be doing, we will require that you do 6 lessons during your 4-week block that you will plan and present. So formal lessons mean that the mentor teacher will formally assess you on your lesson plan and lesson presentation on the institutional lesson assessment form. But you also teach 4 informal lessons. Now, an informal lesson is a lesson that you plan and you present, but the mentor may give you only verbal feedback or write a little story for you or feedback on a piece of paper and give that to you. They're not required to use the formal assessment form. And then we require a portfolio of evidence, which is an accumulation of all the activities and the work that you have done in the school. Right, in TP 702, again, there's an ITP component. So we've got a few topics that we cover. Then we have the Teacher Choices in Action module, which is the Department of Higher Education module, which is a supplementary for teaching practice. And then there's a school-based teaching practice component, which means you are 5 weeks in schools from the 15th of August to the 16th of September. And that's the period we've set aside. And there you will do 8 lessons, 4 informal and 4 formal across your specializations. And there will be 2 Stadio lesson assessments. And again, you do a portfolio of evidence. Okay, so some of you have already managed to get a school for teaching practice. You've received your school placement pack via WISE Books. Or you've downloaded the school placement pack from the Canvas portal. And I'm just watching my time, Dr. Johan. So you will see that the criteria for a teaching practice school is that the school must be functional. We do allow a student to go to a virtual or an online school, but only certain schools. And we contact the school to make sure that the student can engage in a full timetable there is a mentor teacher, and that there's close alignment between what the student is doing in an online school with a student that goes to a physical school. There must be effective communication, so we want to be able to contact the principal, the mentor, and there must be an email address. The school must offer you registered subject specializations, all of them. Now, in the case where it's English first additional language and English home language, for example, or isiZulu first additional language and isiZulu home language, not all schools offer those two subjects. So we do have to please alert the TP ladies, and they will have a look at what is the best option going forward. Schools that are not suitable is a home school and a tutoring center or international online schools. Okay, once the school has accepted you to do teaching practice, the principal will ask, or the principal will allocate experienced subject mentors, teachers to be your mentor. Mentoring is very powerful. It allows you really to learn from the mentor. Mentor teachers share their practical wisdom with you, things that we often can't tell you in lectures and that you won't read in any books. So listen carefully when the mentor talks to you about a learner, how to deal with a learner, how to deal with classroom behavior problems, how to engage in assessment. Your mentor is really a guide, a coach. They support you in every way possible. Okay, the school placement process. On Canvas, there is a portal called PGCE Teaching Practice School Placements. It is not TP701, so please do not go and look on the TP701 portal for the placement documents. So you would have received a school placement pack from Wise Books. If you did not get it from Wise Books, you will find it on this portal on Canvas. It consists of a welcome letter. It really takes you step by step about through how to secure a school for teaching practice, the requirements for TP701. There's a willingness to host letter that you take to the school or that you can email to the school. And I've also provided guidelines on how to email a school and approach a school. Please do not email a school and say, hi, I want to come and do my teaching practice there. Please be professional in your communication with the school. And I've given an example of how to communicate with the school. Once the school has said yes, they will take you for teaching practice 701. They complete the willingness to host reply form. It's signed and stamped. Please work with us that those forms get back to us by the 30th of March. You upload it onto Canvas, not onto TP701, but the TP School Placement Portal. On the TP School Placement Portal on Canvas, you will also find a link that says complete the following Department of Basic Education COVID-19 short course. It's a requirement of the Department of Basic Education. It's a very simplistic short course, but there's some valuable information in it as well. And you, if I can remember correctly, you must get a 80% average for it. But as I said, it's quite a simplistic course, but it needs to be done. And you upload evidence that you've completed it. And then once we've seen the completion of evidence of the COVID course, you've submitted your willingness to host reply form, you will then get a school placement confirmation letter from the ladies in the TP department. They will let you and the school know that the school has been verified by us, it's suitable, and that you are ready to start your teaching practice at the time that you've put the dates that are on the willingness to host reply form. When you go to school, then please give, there is an arrival at school letter. Please give that letter to your mentor teacher as well as the mentor pack. Where do you find the mentor pack? You would have received it via Wise Books, but we've also placed a copy on the Teaching Practice School Placement Portal that you could download and then email to the mentor. Please ask your mentor also to sign or to complete the mentor profile form. And the purpose of this form is not to check on the mentor and their qualifications and experience. The purpose is for us to get a database of our mentors, and if we have to communicate with a mentor, that we are able to get hold of them. And the mentor profile form should be returned to us by the end of the first week of TP. What I've seen is that some schools already have the mentor reply form completed, and they attach it to the willingness to host reply form, and they email that to us. So the willingness to host reply form, we will again speak to you at the support session on Wednesday. All right, there's a number of frequently asked questions here, but I think I'm concerned that I've run out of time. Dr. Johan, can I get 1 minute?
You've got another 4 minutes, Dr. Swart, another 4 minutes,
wonderful.
And then your session is finished. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. So here are some of the frequently asked questions that we've been getting over the past few years. So I thought let me put it in this session so that you can see, to get some answers on the questions. Must I teach all my registered subject specializations? Yes. We look carefully that you have covered your teaching specializations in teaching practice. So if you're a full-time student, you must teach in both your subject specializations. So you must teach your senior phase subject, let's say it's social science, and you must teach your FET subject, let's say it's history, in both TP 701 and TP 702. Part-time students, year 1, remember, you'll be doing TP 701 now in this semester. You will only be registered for one specialization. So it could be your senior phase subject or your FET subject. So you will be teaching that one subject. If you have 3 subjects, so if you're a full-time student and you have 3 subjects, it's important that you teach in all 3 subjects in each of the modules, as far as possible. And I say as far as possible because it depends on the combination of subjects. All right. Can TP be cancelled, or can I get special concession due to COVID-related challenges? No, we cannot cancel TP. We cannot shorten it. We work very closely with the Department of Higher Education and Training, and we have to keep our accreditation, and we also need to make sure that you meet the 9 weeks of teaching practice so that you can qualify with the PGCE. If you have a problem, please contact the PGCE TP email address, and the ladies will really assist you in trying to find a way through whatever challenges you have. What happens if I need to isolate or the school closes due to COVID? And it happened quite a lot last year that a student needed to isolate or the school closes due to COVID. Then we normally get a letter from the school. If you have to isolate, there is a process we follow that is managed by our student support staff. But a lot of students say to us, will I now fail? No, you won't fail. We have standard procedures to support you in completing the module, even if it means that you have to do some additional or to make up the time that you've lost in January, February the following year during the supplementary teaching practice period. But keeping in mind, if it's extended to January, February, it's got ripple effects on your possible graduation and finding employment. So just keep that in mind. Okay. Due to COVID, TP was reduced from 10 weeks to 9 weeks, but I want to immigrate in the future. And some international requirements are that I do 45 days or longer. There's a lot of countries that are expecting 10 weeks or longer. Can I go and do extra teaching practice in school so I can meet the international requirements? Yes, you can, but it's between you and the school. Please arrange it with the school and keep accurate records. You can send us the attendance registers as well. The school can send it to us and get a verified letter from the school. Because most of the time, like for example, if you want to go and teach in Australia, they send us a document to complete. And if we have the additional time that you've spent in school because you want to go overseas, and we've got a copy of the attendance register and a letter from the school, we can attach that to the application. Right. Yeah, I cannot get leave from my work to do teaching practice. Can I do the academic part, so the ITP component of the module now, and do the school-based teaching practice in 2023? No, you can't. You must do the whole module. So then you will have to defer the entire module to 2023. Just a last comment, I've also seen in the chat, some students are saying, I can't take leave from my employer. Students, we really acknowledge the challenges, but please keep in mind our information sheet on the website is very clear. It is your responsibility before you register for the program to make sure that the employer, your employer, will give you leave to be able to do teaching practice. If you cannot do it within 1 year, so if you cannot take 9 weeks in 1 year, then I strongly recommend that you do the teaching practice over 2 years. Okay, and there's our lovely Dr. Godson, the TP module coordinator for TP 701. Mr. Cliff Murugan is the module coordinator for TP 702, and our lovely Miss Kirsten. And I see Dr. Johan has put his video on, so my time is up. Thank you, Dr. Johan, and thank you very much, students. We're looking at a lovely year of interacting with you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, Dr. Marinda Swart. Your presentation is appreciated, and good luck with all the hard work coming up for the semester. We're still on time. So students and colleagues, I'm going to introduce to you Dr. Leslie Meyring. He's in Gqeberha. I don't know if I pronounced it correctly. He's one of our very well and esteemed adjunct lecturers for PGCE. He's going to speak about us about the assessment in the PGCE program. Thank you, Dr. Meyring.
All right. They'll just move me across to the screen, I think. We're still on your screen. Darren, can you put my screen on, please?
Mathian, can you please assist? Mathian?
Doing so now. It should let you there. You should be able to share screen.
I can share screen now. They can't see me, so make that a surprise.
There it is. I can see it now.
Right, so I'm back again with you guys. Remember the last one was 13 slides. This one's 11 slides, but it might take a little bit longer. So this is about the assessment. I mean, the assessment of what, you know, the tail wags the dog. Assessment is critical in any course, and you all know this sort of thing. So our model that we use is essentially continuous and assessment model. Now, built into this model is all sorts. I often like to use the wildebeest as an example. I mean, if you look at it, it really does look like any piece that was lying on the floor left over from another animal was just put together. So our assessment practice might start looking something like this to you, because we're all different. We have different ways of doing it, different ways of assessing. And your job, as I'll speak to you later, is to spot which of our lecturers does this thing in a one way and which does it in a different way, and how is this assessment done? So it's almost just, it appears to be things cobbled together. However, there's a very, very specific plan to everything. That wildebeest works quite well, provides a lot of food for lions, but it works well. So you'll see our model does it as well. Now, I've been thinking about this and I always like to use these different analogies. And I came up with a giraffe. Do any of you know, if you watch a giraffe, it walks funny. It like hobbles along almost. Do you know why it looks like that? Maybe the Afrikaans word for giraffe will help. The Afrikaans word is kameelpad, camel horse. Why is it like that? Have a look here at the I'll see if I can get let me just get the annotate and the spotlight. So look here, there's the back leg and there's the front leg, and they're on the same side of the giraffe. So giraffe walks by putting the right-hand side legs forward and then the left-hand legs forward. The wildebeest, front leg is back leg is front. You see, so it's different. However, that's what a camel also does. That's where the camel or the camel part comes from. But when a giraffe runs, it runs like every other animal. That's where the horse part comes. It runs like a horse. So why am I telling you all of this? Because well, I'd like you to think about, switch this thing off. Won't go off, so we'll just close it there. So think about how you're going to deal with your, with your assessments. Sometimes you're going to be walking slowly and you'll function in a particular way. Sometimes you're going to have to start running and then you have to function in a different way. So also not all ways of functioning, dealing with your assessments. I was just listening to Marinda there, and she says from the 3rd to the 30th of May, you'll be at schools. Lectures continue during that period. So you may have to then change your pace, change your way of working. Start running like the giraffe runs. Change your way of working. Now, our tasks are designed to promote your success, but it's your responsibility to take up the offer. And we have to help you as much as we can. And I think I'll come across in a little bit later. But let's have a look at this. Let's go back to the Sani pass. See, we did it earlier. If you think about every turn being an assignment, look at the Sani pass. Down the bottom here, there are not many turns, and it's fairly gentle. So you start off with a few assignments. Then you get to a place where the assignments just come thick and fast. And this is where you start freaking out. And then as you get nearer the top, the assignments spread out again. So your danger area, the area where you have to watch, it's this area here. The middle of the course, middle to end of the course. That's where, as I spoke to you earlier, about time and space, that becomes critical. Because you will have assignments due on the same day. There's no doubt. There's so many things to do. They will be on the same day. Like you had exams and you had 2 main exams on the same day, you will have it here as well. So most, if not all, of our modules or courses will tell you right up front when the assignments are due. You will see on the key dates, and that's a neat feature of Canvas. There's a thing called key dates. Hit that, and it tells you all the assignment dates for everything. And sometimes there are links there as well that will take you to the assignment. So it looks a nightmare, and it probably is, but the better you are at planning it, the better you are at seeing in the front, the better you are at changing your way of working when the pace changes, the better you'll be able to come through this. So let's have a look at the big picture. You're given a study letter. So you'll all get the study letter. They're there on Canvas. It's one of the things that our managers keep checking. Have we put the study letters on? You've got an assessment guide. And I'll say, read it. Read the assessment guide. I can't stress this enough. I've been in education for 40 odd years. There's one thing I've learned about teachers. If you really want to hide something from any teacher, put it in writing and tell them to read it. It's hidden completely because they don't read it. So don't be like that. I want you to be good teachers, but don't take on that trait. Read the stuff. Read the assessment guide. Visit Canvas regularly. So if you've got data and network issues, then say, how am I going to access Canvas on a regular basis? And regular basis is not annually, not once a year. A regular basis is ideally once or twice a day. And I know that's nonsense. You can't do that. It's just not possible. But at least try and get on every second or third day to see what's going on and check all your modules. The due dates are on Canvas, so keep checking them. The submissions are on Canvas, and you have to do most stuff through Turnitin. Turnitin, most of us have activated a thing called E-Rater, which if you look at the feedback on Turnitin, it tells you certain things about spelling, it tells you things about grammar. It really is a neat function. And I can't stress this word developmental. Turnitin is developmental. Use it. Read the report because it comes up in highlights. All of you have been through a degree or two. You know what Turnitin is about. Use it. I'm not going to say that 18% similarity is good or bad. I have no idea what 18% is, whether it's good or bad. But if I look at the report, I can tell you, hey, this 5% is bad because you've only done 100 words and 5 of them are copied. Or you've done 1,000 words and it's a 20%. All of these things, we take into account when we read the Turnitin. So make sure that you understand what the report is telling you. Because lecturers are unlikely to say 20%, 21% bad, 19%, sorry, 21% bad, 19% good. We're unlikely to do that. We look at the report, and you also need to look at the report and use it to develop your writing style. Now, I come across a lot of science acts. I mean, in science, what do? We write a report. It's got to have a date, it's got to have a title, and we just put all the figures in. So when you've now got to write a coherent academic essay, it's a challenge. I'm not talking about the history and arts guys. They find it easy. Well, not always. So Turnitin as a developmental tool. The Stadio-Hobart system, which Marina referred to, we all refer to it. Think about this. If you want to join a tennis club and you arrive at the door and you say, I want to play tennis. And then they say, okay, have you got a tennis racket? And you say, yes. Then they say, have you got a tennis ball? And then you say, no, I'm using a cricket ball. I want to do tennis with a cricket ball. They say, these aren't our rules. You can't join our tennis club. So you arrive with a racket and a tennis ball, not a cricket bat and a cricket ball, and say, I want to play tennis. And it's the same with the Harvard system. There's a place for a cricket bat and a cricket ball in a cricket club. There's a place for the Stadio-Hobart system in the Stadio system. You can't use APA. Personally, I love APA. I don't like Harvard at all. But I have to, in this environment, use Harvard. So always check the referencing style. Marina has given you some excellent places to go to. If you want to reference a book, go and look at how to do it, which Marina gave you. And your whole assessment package will vary from module to module. Don't expect us to all do exactly the same. Don't expect us all to say the due date is this date, no further. Don't expect us all to say, okay, there's 24 hours. There's certain rules that we follow, but don't expect the same response from all of us. Read the room. This particular lecturer is like this, and this is how I function here. The subject is like this, and this is how I function here. So that's why I refer back to the wildebeest. It's a little bit of this, a little bit of that, but it functions. So there's no hard and fast rules. And you know this because you've all been in tertiary education, in tertiary institutions before. Read the information given. Watch the videos. Plan when you're going to watch it, when you've got data, etc., etc. Last year, I had someone who wanted to watch the videos on the weekend on YouTube, forgetting that she went to the farm every weekend and there was no access. So then she wanted to download them. But YouTube is not so lacquer with downloading anymore. So plan. Due dates for tasks, they are there for a reason. Because we got to mark the stuff. We've got to have time to mark it. We've got to fit it in. That due date is there because another module has a due date somewhere else. So we try. We don't always get it right. It's impossible. When you've got 100 assignments and you've got 50 days, you will have double ups. But we tried the best that we could to spread them. It's your job. Remember that Sani Pass thing? It's your job to plan how you're going to accommodate all of this. Different forms, formative, summative, continuous. You all know these things. If you don't, you're going to know them after the education modules, but they're all there. Baseline, diagnostic, each has a different reason, a different purpose. But the one thing I will guarantee you, we will never give you a frivolous assessment. And frivolous means one where we just want to get a mark. So we give you rubbish assessment. We won't do that. We don't have the time to think up stupid assessments, and you don't have the time to do stupid assessments. So you will never get a silly assessment. Okay, they may seem silly to you, some of them. Involvement tractors people think are silly, but I'm going to explain to you why they're not. I've said that before. Different lecturers, foreground, different styles, downgrade others. Read the room, read your lecturer. Probably the most important thing that you do and that your kids in your future classrooms will do, will read you and respond to you. So remember that. Your learners will respond to what you do. They will read you if they read you well enough. So the involvement trackers. Every module has an involvement tracker. Do you remember when you were at varsity and you got the register to sign? This is the similar thing. We need to more or less get an understanding of whether you're attending class, whether you're doing things. It's a management tool. Many of them are diagnostic for us. It tells us where you are. Many of them are formative. It helps you going forward. I mean, we will ask you a question. Maybe we won't all do it, but sometimes we do. What color tie did the lecturer wear in the... Oh, we don't wear ties, so that's a stupid one. But we'll ask certain things. There's one that I do where I use a little story, where I talk about why my sister doesn't like cool drink, fizzy cool drink. And if you haven't watched the lecture, you won't know why. Look, I use it as an example. So you may have one or two questions like that. That's part of our attendance. Have you actually watched or just skipped through? But we do ask things like, what's keeping you awake at night? And that's going to be your Mentimeter question at the end. What about assessment is still bothering you? So it's really about participation. It's about involvement. It's about giving us feedback. It's about giving you feedback. And we don't let you do something for nothing. So there are marks attached to it. So it's the participation. It's like filling in your register. And you can't usually go back and fill in the register for a class you missed. Like involvement trackers. Let's say like closed. They closed it. You can't backdate an attendance register. I'm not sure about Canvas's activity completion setup yet, but I'm sure it's going to be functional. There are ways for you to monitor your own progress, but you must monitor your progress. The involvement trackers will help us monitor the class's progress. We can't use it to monitor you, so you monitor yourself. How am I doing? And when you're in trouble, get some help. I've spoken about Turnitin, I've spoken about rubrics. Rubrics will tell you things. Rubrics will give you marks, it'll give you guidance. You all know about rubrics. If you don't, EDSA, EDSB, or TP will teach you about it. But follow the rules. Think about arriving at a tennis club with a cricket bat. You're not going to get in. If someone says to you, write an assignment of 1,500 words, that doesn't mean that you write a 6,000 word thing. We don't have the time to mark that amount. In any case, you take, that's 6,000. 6,000 divided by 1,000, that's 4. You're taking up 4 times more time of an assessor than what you should. You're wasting 4 times more of your own time. So learn to stick within the constraints that lecturers give you. And they can be different, because I like 1,500 word essays. The EMS people might like 2,000 word essays. Make sure you follow, read the rules. That's the most important thing. Read what the assignment is all about. You'll have online tests. Again, different types of tests. Some people might let you take the best of 2 tests. Others will say it's the average of the 2. Others will say there's only 1 shot. And that's okay. We all do things differently. And that's part of the academic project. Lesson plans, you're going to spend a lot of time on lesson plans. And I know what you're going to tell us. When you walk into school, my mentor says that we never do lesson plans. Well, that's not entirely true. If they do the 5-step lesson plan, well, and you know what that is, eh? The 5-step lesson plan. It's I plan the lesson in the last 5 steps before I enter the classroom. Don't do that. So lesson plans are important, especially as a teacher starting out, because you may do it automatically. So you're not going to say, I don't do a lesson plan in 10 years' time. You actually do. Because in your head, you say, what's the title? Why am I doing this? What are the outcomes? How will I know whether I've achieved the outcomes? And what am I going to do in between? What am I going to do in the classroom? Those 4 things, that's a lesson plan. We may put other little bits and pieces onto it. We all can, but that's it. So the teacher who tells you lesson plans are rubbish, they did lesson plans in detail. And because they did that, they're able now to say lesson plans are rubbish, but in actual fact, they're still doing lesson plans. even if it's just in the diary, 2 lines. So you will do lots of lesson plans and they'll be assessed. Readings, I love the idea in the old days, we read for a degree. We didn't study, we read. So there'll be readings. And Marina has helped you to find the readings. There are forums, I think, it doesn't look right to me, but I think that's a chat room where you can chat with each other. Quite useful. Blogs, questionnaires, evaluations, all these things come in. Audience participation, we might use Mentimeter cohort. There's a lovely one that Lauren Rembrach in history does quite a lot. And there's some fantastic ways of checking audience participation. One of the neat features of Canvas, and I hope you engage with it and enjoy it, it's the Canvas Studio. And by studio, I mean it's a place, you know, like a recording studio. When you go to Canvas Studio, you can record a message back for your lecturer, either audio or visual, or talk to a screenshot. It's a most magnificent tool. It enables, we'll use it to talk with you. When we do an assignment, we may just do an audio clip back for you. But when you want to, you know, engage with us, Studio, start playing around the Studio. You'll find it really, really cool. When will we know if you're successful? There's a grade book where your marks will be. I know personally, I'm still having a bit of a fight with grade book. A few things that I don't quite get yet, but I'm getting there. But you will get a grade book where you'll see your marks. Some lecturers may give you the mark as soon as it's marked. Others may say marks will be available where they're all marked. It doesn't matter which way, but know what each of us are doing. We're not all going to be the same. My Embry, where you can see, check your marks. This is an NQF level 7 module, which means, and it's exit, which means that your marks and anything that we do is internally moderated by a colleague and externally moderated by a lecturer from another university. So that's how things are done. That's the quality control. Lecturer feedback, they're big numbers. Some modules are 400 plus, some are only 20. I don't think I'd say a class of 20 is an only 20, but big classes. We have contract assessors who marks it. I don't mark all 400 in my module. I've got 6 or 7 experienced markers. We work together. We do all the moderation and all the rest of it. So there will be other people also marking your stuff, and they will follow the rubric, and they get paid for each one they do. So don't give a person a 6,000 word essay when only 1,500 was enough. It's not fair. All right, check your study letters for module outcomes, and then test yourself. Has this module done what it said it must do in the beginning? Learning event outcomes, unit outcomes. Right, what I want to do now is I'm just going to exit this, and let's see if I can get that up. Right, the last little thing now that I'd like you to do. Back to Mentimeter. There's the code. So you go to www.mentimeter.com, type in the code 504-17387, and think what aspects of assessment might be going to keep you awake tonight. And let's see where the challenges are and what you think or what your fears are about assessment. So the floor's open. We'd like to see what you say. Time management, critical, critical, critical. Yeah, full-time employer and studying part-time, going to be tough. Meeting deadlines, tough. Scared of reading. Yeah, I know. I was a science person. I was also scared of reading. Now I love it. API referencing, you have to move to Harvard. Yeah, we all have to do that. It's tough. Just keep a cool head. In fact, type out the piece of paper and keep it next to you. In-person tests. Well, I don't think there are any in-person tests at all, someone says. Having lots of assessments at the same time. Look, the trick there is to plan and submit before the day. We can submit at any time, just about. Different formats, you'll get used to that. Time management. Referencing, the referencing is a rule of the game. Just learn the rules. Time management, not being able to watch the lectures live. No. So you get the attendance marks for doing the involvement tracker. So you can watch the recorded video and then do the involvement tracker, because you've attended the recorded video. So that's fine. That not being able to watch lectures live. Word counts. Yeah, it sounds like you personally wants to write a lot. Yeah, doing 2 degrees in full-time teaching. I hope you're doing it over 2 years. Studying part-time and working, this is the biggest challenge. Teaching practice worries me. I'm not a great public speaker. Well, think about that. I said earlier on that I honestly believe that most teachers are introverts. We just take on a different personality when we teach, and you actually get used to it. You get used to it. The more you do it, the easier it becomes. Missing an assessment, yeah, that's about planning, I think. Where did I say the key dates were? On Canvas, right in the front. I think it's next to where it says meet your lecturer. There's a link in bold which says key dates, and you'll find key dates all over the show. Something that I feel isn't good enough. This person, yeah, is probably you're gonna have to work on that. Because you have to submit something. If you submit nothing, you've got a note. So you have to decide what is good enough. And remember, we like to develop. So sometimes you can get a second chance. Some people give you the best of 3 and you learn with the first one. To do it justice, it probably links to these two probably the same. Too many quizzes and assignments. Yep, that's life, I'm afraid. This one doesn't lose sleep over assessments. Lovely, lovely. Maybe you just do a motivation lecture for us. Can't afford all the books. Then I'm suggesting that you use the library. Marino showed you how to use the library. That's all free stuff. And this is where education is moving, to make it accessible to all. So to buy a 600 Rand book is not always required anymore. Referencing and citing, look, it gives me nightmares as well. Referencing and citing, trying to see what people are doing. Yeah, writing longer essays, better at getting the point. I would suggest still get to the point. If I want a 1,500 word essay and someone can make the point in 800 words, that's fine with me. I don't take off marks for too short an essay, but other people may. A lot of assessments, that's going to happen. Figuring out Canvas, yep, we're all figuring out Canvas. We get there eventually. The thing is to play, and you've got Canvas help. You'll see, help with Canvas, help with this. Click on that. All right, there's a lot coming through here, and I'm going to run out of time. Unclear assessments and unclear assessment requirements. Hey, hopefully we don't do that. And if the thing is unclear, you email your lecturer or you chat on the chat. So there should never be that, should never be there. I know it happens because many of us are learning in 2nd and 3rd, even 4th languages. So we're there to help you with that. Yeah, full-time teaching assistant, you're going to have to manage your time. Hectic, yep, it happens, it happens. Right, I think I'm going to stop now. I think we're getting the type of idea. So when you look at this, you're not alone. You're all going to have sleepless nights tonight over things. Try not to. We're here to help you. We're here to help you get going. I'm going to stop the share now and stop because I think it's nearly lunchtime. Johan, I can carry on with going through these if it's useful, or we can just stop.
You've got about 3 more minutes, Les. More than welcome. It's 27 past. I'll give you 3 minutes and you can finish what you started there. Thank you, Les.
Okay. Look, the demand of the course while working full-time. You should have been a part-time person in many ways, but I can't say that because I don't know you. You may be able to do it. You may be a very good planner. Anxiety of being in a new environment, teaching practice. As I said, educationists are probably introverts. We all, when we go into a new environment, are anxious. No one even sees that because we carry a pose. And you'll learn it. You'll learn how to carry the pose. And I think with education, we're all in the game of helping other people. So in the new environment, the people will go to help you. We'll try to help you. Look, time management, too many assessments, one on top of each other. It's there. That's the name of the game. It's this sort of club. I think I'm going to stop now because you've got an idea. Procrastinating, Yep, but you didn't procrastinate in putting your name up or putting this up here. So maybe you don't procrastinate. All right, let me stop the share. Right. Okay, I think that's it, Johan. I'm going to stop here. You can take questions or anything like that.
Thank you very much, Dr. Meyer. It is appreciated. Fantastic session that you had. We're going to have a lunch break now. We're sticking to the times for now. We're having a lunch break from 12:30 to 12:50, so exactly 20 minutes. So if there's any questions for Dr. Meyer, you are welcome to ask it here now. You will answer it. For the rest of you, you can have a bit of a break because I owe you one break. And then at 10 to 12:50, we'll start again with Mrs. Angelique Janssen van Rensburg. Thank you, Dr. Meyer.
Okay, I'll just respond to questions if there are any coming up for me now. Just a few minutes because I also want to have a break.
Not a problem. Not a problem. Sebastian, are you online here, Sebastian?
Yes, I am.
I want to ask questions. I know you've got a short session. If you want to, during this lunch break, you can also address maybe parts of the buddy system that you think we need to also address, but it's up to you. And the only reason I'm saying so, and also the canvas, is because we had many questions and queries on these aspects during the session so far, but it's up to you. We still have the lunch break, but you're more than welcome to continue after Dr. Meyer.
Perfect. Thanks, Johan. I think what I will do is maybe use the last 10 or 5 minutes of the lunch break to just address some of the buddy program related queries, and then I'll let Angelique go and then do the Q desk afterwards.
Thank you very much. I've also sent all the Q desk email addresses in the chat here as well. So I think that will help as well. Thank you, colleagues. Thank you.
Excellent. Thanks, Johan.
Dr. Meyer, just switch off your microphone if you don't mind, if you're not talking. Thank you.
Johan, are you happy for me to start? We're just 4 minutes ahead of schedule, but I think I can use this 4 minutes
Yes, by all means. And then in 4 minutes time, I'll switch my camera on and then I'll start the next session. Thank you, Sebastian.
Okay, fantastic. Cool. Good afternoon, everyone. So we've been getting a lot of questions about the Buddy project or the Buddy program. So I'm just going to take the opportunity to introduce the program into you and address some of the main questions. So many of you have been wondering what the Buddy program is about. And to address that question, the Buddy program is a series of curated and program-specific WhatsApp groups that are accessible to all of you. So the aim of these WhatsApp groups is to make the transition into higher education and studying with us a little bit easier and less stressful. And we do this by providing you with a point of communication for any of the questions you may have within these WhatsApp groups in the form of your buddy. So we also want to provide you with a space to connect with other students studying the same degree as you, as well as provide a space for peer support and mentorship. So many of you have requested, you sent through your WhatsApp numbers, you're asking about being added into the groups, and I'm just going to ease some of your concerns. So for many of you, the buddy groups have already been set up and are operational, and the way in which you can gain access into these buddy groups, we have a 3-phase approach. So the first phase includes an email to your student email address. So if you're wondering whether or not you've been added into the buddy groups, or sorry, into the buddy program, please check your student email, and you should have an email from your buddy with 2 links to join your buddy support and your announcement groups. Now, if you haven't received that email, don't worry just yet. The second phase of adding students into the groups is that we will direct message you via WhatsApp with those buddy support and announcement group links for you to be able to join. Should you still not receive a direct message from us, I will personally email you directly with the links to join your WhatsApp group. So for those of you, I know you're eager to get into your groups, but please remain patient until at least the 18th of March, which is this coming Friday. There are numerous mechanisms that I have in place to ensure that every single student who is registered with us is included and added into these buddy support and announcement groups. So if you're wondering whether you're going to be added, and how you can go about doing that, you don't need to send anyone your information. You don't need to reach out to anyone. It's my job as the program coordinator to identify you. I have access to all of your information, including your WhatsApp numbers. So please, I will add you as within the next coming week. And if by Friday, the 18th of March, and even the next Monday, which 18th, it's going to be the 21st of March, please wait until then before you start to worry about not being allocated into a group. As I said, I will make sure that every single one of you is added into a buddy support and an announcement group. I think I'll just keep it short for now, Johan, and then I'll address what those buddy support and announcement groups are during my 10 minutes once Angelique has finished, seeing as it is now 10:02. Oh, yeah.
Thank you, Sebastian. Right. Thank you, Sebastian. Students, you'll also, Sebastian will carry on with the buddy system in the session that follows after Mrs. Angelique Janssen van Rensburg. We'll just give her a minute or so. She's struggling to connect from this side. In fact, she's here in my office. So Mrs. Janssen van Rensburg, she's the manager for Center for Student Support. And the following session will be firstly conducted by Mrs. Angelique Janssen van Rensburg, and then afterwards Mr. Sebastian Diana, the buddies program coordinator, will then continue on this session. Okay, Sebastian, I think you can start so long. She's experiencing some difficulties, if you don't mind. You can start so long so that we can just set Angelique up here.
Okay, cool. That's not a problem. I'll buy some time. Okay, so thank you so much, everyone, for joining. I see that it's just gone 10:02, so you should all be back and hopefully feeling a bit freshened up. maybe you made yourself a cup of coffee or a cup of tea, had a walk. Please allow me to introduce myself. So I am Sebastian Diana, and I am the Service Delivery Manager for Stadio School of Education. So within my portfolio, I oversee the Stadio Q Desk. I also curate the DL newsletter each week, and I also coordinate the Buddy program, which I just spoke about now. So I'm going to take this opportunity to give you guys some important information on these three very, very, very critical aspects of your studies here with us. So first up, what exactly is the Buddy program? I already mentioned that they're curated WhatsApp groups, and they're a space for us to provide you with support, mentorship, guidance, but as well as a space to connect with other learners who are studying the same degree as you. We all know distance learning can get a little bit lonely and a little bit tough at times, especially when you're mid-semester and there's lots of assessments. There's nothing better than to have people who are in the same experience as you in order to be able to, communicate with one another and feel like you're not alone in that journey. So that's exactly the spaces we want to provide you. And we've done this in two ways. So you have two WhatsApp groups that you will eventually be added into. And remember, I will add you into those groups. You don't need to do anything to get connected. I will facilitate that whole process. So you don't need to worry about sending numbers or anything like that. So your first group that you have is your Buddy support group. And within your Buddy support group, you are able to talk, share advice, ask for help, anything that you want that is related to Stadio studies. Feel free to discuss there, ask each other questions and so on. And as I said, we want to encourage you to use that Buddy support group as a way to build a community of learning with other online learners studying the same things as you. So within your Buddy support group, your buddy is able to give you advice, point you in the right direction, and provide you with some levels of basic assistance in the form of formatting, referencing, and perhaps the understanding and reading of questions. But I must make it very clear to all of you here that your buddies cannot, under any circumstances, give you an answer to an academic question or any question that is for marks. They will not help you write any of your assignments either. And additionally to that, they are not able to process any registration or finance requests on your behalf. They will not be able to log a query for you. You must remember that your buddy is a student who is empowered to support you. They're not a fully fledged member of staff, so they can't go ahead and generate a statement for you from finance, nor are they able to provide you with proof of registration. So they are limited in how they can assist you. And this is limited to that academic sphere of support and then guidance in terms of connecting to the correct channels on the Q desk. So if this is just an important reminder to all of you, if you do ask your buddy for academic guidance, you accept full responsibility for the mark that you get. Your buddy will not be held liable for the outcome of any assessments that they have assisted you with. Okay, so that sums up your buddy support group. Sorry, please can we remain muted in the background? So that sums up your buddy support group. Your second group that is in addition to your buddy support group is your announcement group. And on your announcement group, we have restricted it so that only admin can send messages. And those admin will be myself and your buddy. So you know that any messages that come through to your announcement group are going to be important pieces of information. We'll share things such as recording links, weekly timetables, the DL newsletter. So anything from a module specific announcement from one of your lecturers or module coordinators, all the way through to an announcement from student administration and support and finance, and even for the head of school. So your announcement groups, I do advise you to please, if you can, have the space on your WhatsApp group, pin that announcement group to the top of your chat. Keep an eye on it. There's a lot of good information that is communicated to you there. And if you keep up to date with the announcements that are sent out, then you'll be more than well informed to be able to keep up to date with your studies. So Now that I've covered what the program is, I just want to run through a couple of important ground rules. So number one, please don't message anyone directly without their express consent. Due to the POPI Act, you do not have consent to access those people, any other students' private information. So you must get consent. And this can be done in two ways. Either you can ask them on the buddy support group, or you can ask your buddy to get permission for you on your behalf. Rule number two, please do not post any media such as memes, screenshots, funny videos, Facebook links, or any content unrelated to Stadio without the express permission of your buddy. You need to be conscious of the fact that this is a shared space and a shared environment. So what that means is that there are other people who don't necessarily have access to the amount of data that you do. So when you're going to send a 20 megabyte video, just think before you do and remain conscious of the fact that data is expensive, and we do want to make this environment as inclusive to everyone as possible. Rule number three, please do not under any circumstances share information about tests and assessments. And this rule extends to all WhatsApp groups, even the privately run ones that you think we don't know about, but we do. This is just straight up, it's a rule everywhere you go in terms of teaching and learning. Cheating is cheating. And if you are caught, we will have to follow up with disciplinary action. Rule number four, please do not message excessively, which is called spamming, and respect the boundaries set by your buddies. As I said, these are shared spaces, and you have to remain conscious of the fact that there are other members in the group who might be at work, who might be sleeping when you're messaging in the middle of the night. And you just got to keep in mind that every time you send that message, a notification is sent to 60 or 80 other people. So if you're going to make sure that if you are going to post a message into the group, that you have thought about it, that it is at a reasonable time. And those reasonable time frames, I generally advise you to not send messages after 10 o'clock at night and before 7 a.m. in the morning, just to remain conscious and respectful of other members of the group. Following up with that, please, no self-advertising. I know we're in the era of side hustles. Everyone's got a business on the side, whether you're baking cookies or doing whatever it is to earn a little bit of extra income. It's got nothing to do with your studies at Stadio. Remember that these buddy support groups are focused on academics and academic support, and that is what we are. That is the type of content that we want you to be discussing. So anything unrelated to that is a big no-go. That covers a lot of the ground rules that I wanted to talk to you about in terms of the buddy support group. I'm just going to quickly cover two very important additional aspects of my job. And the second one is your DL newsletter. So the DL newsletter is curated each week, and please make sure that and I will make sure that each week that newsletter is communicated to you. So it'll be available through 3 primary platforms. It's posted each week on the My Stadio announcement group. It will be sent through to your buddy support and announcement groups as well. And then it is, of course, emailed to you. So please check those 3 platforms each week, either on the end of a Wednesday or at the latest Thursday morning for the newsletter. There's a huge amount of important information. We get everyone involved, from teaching practice through to finance and SAS. Everyone has a little spot on the newsletter. There's a lot of good information that will keep you informed. That sums up the newsletter. And last but not least, I'd just like to touch on the Stadio Q-Desk. And I'm just going to share my screen with you all quickly so you can see what I'm talking about. So what is up on your screen at the moment is our PGCE Q-Desk contact addresses. So we do have a larger PDF, which I will share with you at the end of the session. But for the purposes of keeping you informed, I wanted to drill down the information and present to you only the information that is important to you. So our Stadio Q-Desk is the way in which you are able to connect to support at Stadio. And that's for anything from student administration and support, finance, all the way through to Canvas support and things like your diagnostics. So what you can see in front of you is that For each department, there are a series of query categories that we have provided to you. So if you're wondering, hey, how do I get a payment plan? I want to set one up with the finance department. Who do I ask? Well, you can see that we've included that under the finance department, and we've provided you with the contact address for the Centurion finance team. So whenever you have anything related to finance related questions, you can just send q-send-fin@stadio.ac.za an email, and they will respond to you within 24 to 48 hours with hopefully either a resolution, or they might come back to you requesting more information. So this info sheet is going to be made available to you, and you will be able to engage with it. But I'd just like to hash out some of the more nuanced queries. So if you look over on the far right, you'll see there is student IT support. So we have the IT help desk-do@stadio.ac.za. And this email address, if you're wondering or having any problems with accessing your student email address, or if you're having problems accessing Canvas, you can go ahead and send them an email, and they'll be able to assist you with a password reset. They're the wizards in the background who can, if you have a problem with resetting your password, they'll be able to fiddle with your account settings and make sure that you are connected at all times. So please do not hesitate to send an email to them if you're having any type of struggles, or if you have any questions. They're there to answer your questions, and we do actively encourage that you engage with us. So you'll see then at the bottom of the page that there are another set of email addresses. Our virtual learning environment is where you will get your Canvas support. So if you've got any questions related to Canvas, or let's say you're missing a module that you need to be enrolled in, you can send an email to q-canvas@stadio.ac.za, and the VLE team will work in the background to ensure that you are assisted and that your modules are loaded. So please, again, do not hesitate to send any questions through to us. We have a learning material team in the form of q-learning material at stadio.ac.za. And for anything related to your course material, WISE books, your WISE books card, you can go ahead and send an email there, and our WISE books rep, our WISE book rep will get in touch with you and provide you any answers that you need. We also have a diagnostics department in the form of q-cat-rpl-diag@stadio.ac.za. It's a long one, but it's important that we get all of the information out there, and anything related to your recognition of prior learning, credit accumulation and transfer, and any diagnostic tests that you would need to do for module exemptions, you can go ahead and request through this department. So if you've got some prior teaching experience, if you've maybe studied at another institution, you can go ahead and send through that request, and they will make sure that you are assisted. I'll wrap up now by saying that you need to keep in mind that the Stadio Q-Desk is a service delivery focused platform. So anything related to your academics, teaching and learning will need to be directed either to your buddy or directly to your lecturer. We do not service any academic related questions and queries. And as such, you'll need to make sure that you send those questions to the right places so that you can be connected with support as fast as possible. I hope that this wraps up, I hope that this gave you a good understanding of the Stadio Q-Desk. Thank you, everyone, and I really look forward to assisting you through the rest of your year with us. Thanks, Dr. Redlinghuis.
Thank you so much, Mr. Diana. It's really appreciated, and clearing some matters out from about the cell phone numbers in the WhatsApp groups. But I'm sure the students will receive. I've also sent the Q-Desk email addresses in the chat. But as Mr. Diana said, he will make it available to all of you as well. Now, for the last 5 minutes, I'm going to introduce to you Mr. Angelique Jansen-Rensburg, our C4SS manager, and she will be for about 5 minutes, and then we will go to the next session. Thank you, Angelique.
Thank you, Dr. Redlinghuis. So welcome everyone. I hope that you enjoy your day so far and it's very informative for you. I would like to just introduce myself as well as my team that is going to assist me with this C4SS. So we are known as the Center for Student Support. I am the manager for the Center for Student Support here in the Centurion campus. Then we have Ms. Vidata. She is my student support coordinator, and she will also share some more information with you. And if you need to get some extra support, we have Ms. Cornel Olivier. She is our psychologist here on campus. So if you need that support, you can just contact me via the Canvas support page, and then we will make contact with the psychologist. Now I'm going to give it over to Ms. Vidata. She is going to share some more interesting information with you.
Thank you so much, Angelique. Hi, students. My name is Vidata Surajpur, as Ms. Angelique has introduced me, Mrs. Angelique. I'm going to just share quickly a small, sorry, Angelique, can you stop sharing? I just got a small presentation, sorry, thank you, that I'm going to share with you, students. Someone just needs to confirm that you can see it. Okay.
Yes, we can see it. We can see it.
Thank you so much. Okay, so so the Center for Student Support, I'm just going to explain to you students what it's all about. So firstly, at the Center for Student Support, we offer the health and wellness. Now, some of the topics that we cover are topics like fitness, healthy eating, time management. I see on the chat, and I see many students are concerned about how they're going to manage their time, how are they going to manage work and studies. So one of the topics under health and wellness that we're going to cover is time management. So I'm going to explain more to you about that just now. And what's important, students, is I need to bring this to your attention as, you know, wellness, we speak about counselors, we speak about mental health. Wellness relates to mental health. And in order for you, I just want you to just take, you know, this down if you can, but this will be shared as well on the Canvas page, this presentation. This number is very important because should your students have a problem where you are experiencing some sort of stress, and you know it's maybe even though we have a psychologist on campus, but maybe it's like 8 o'clock, 7 o'clock in the night or 6 o'clock in the night, and you know you want to speak to somebody other than someone at home, you can dial this number, and this is a toll-free number that's on your screen, and you'll be able to get a support, and it's telephonic counseling that is offered by SADC, and they are in partnership, as it says on the screen, with Stadio. So please, I just want to make you all aware that the service is available for you all. Should you need it, please, you know, please make use of this the service. I don't want you guys to feel that you are alone, because we do have these, you know, organizations that we work with very closely at Stadio to assist you with any problems you may experience with maybe mental health, and you can use this, you can call this number. So that's one of the you know, one of the stuff that I wanted to explain to you. And what's very important, students, is we spoke about C4SS, as in we speak about support. Now, what is Center for Student Support all about? Now, we speak about academic support. So now, at the moment, you know, you all of you all are trying to get on Canvas. I understand you all are frustrated. You will get on Canvas very soon, so please don't stress. But in the meantime, I just want to explain to you what academic support the Center for Student Support offers. So it's myself and the librarian, Marina Ward, Miss Marina Ward, who you spoke to, who has addressed you earlier. We will be conducting support workshops every second week. Now we just need to confirm the date, because we need to look at you guys' timetable, because we don't want there to be too much like a clash in terms of your times. But I just want to make all of y'all aware that it's going to be held after hours. So the support sessions, we're looking at the time like 6 o'clock, 5 o'clock to 6:30. The reason for that time slot is so that we have one part where Mrs. Ward speaks about all the resources and how to reference. And then you have myself, that I will help you with writing skills, time management. Like as I mentioned, I know many of you have that request where you don't know how to manage your time. So we'll do like a little workshop there. I just want to also make you all aware that in the past, because we do have students here that actually were studying with us last year, we used to offer individual support. But because of the numbers, what we are doing now at C4SS, we are doing workshops. So just now I'm going to give all of you my email address, and you're welcome to email me should you need support, academic support in something that you know, and there's a whole lot of you students that want me to go over that, then I will take that information and create a workshop for you guys, and we will assist you academically with that. So that's important to know that this is offered by the C4SS, and these are called support workshops. That's very important. And then what's also important, students, is I just got other information here. Okay, that's me. As you know, I just want to give you my email address, and you can just take this down. It's vidata@stadio.ac.za. And also what I've put at the bottom, there will be module specific queries. Now, I am the C4SS coordinator, but I'm not the lecturer for the modules. I just want to make sure that you know that. So I can assist you with additional support. But when it comes to stuff like, as earlier on your lecturer spoke about, like, you know, this specific requirements in an assignment or the word count, and you're asking me, you know, is this acceptable? Can I send you my assignment? Can you check if this is acceptable? Now, those requirements are technical requirements, and that needs to be addressed with the lecturer. So that's why those queries, if you can please refer that to your lecturer. So I just want to let you all know that I am here to support you academically as well as with your you know, your wellness. But you can email me should you need any information, and I would like to wish you all everything of the best for the academic year, and I know you all will do well in your academic journey. So from me, thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Vidata. It's really appreciated. Thank you for your presentation as well. We're still a bit on time, so I'm going to immediately introduce you to Ms. Sanalia Ramlal. She's the team leader, the PGCE team leader for student administrative support. Ms. Ramlal, you may go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Johan. I just want to share my screen. Please let me know when you can see it.
While she's busy, Ms. Ramlal is in Durban, but she's shortly moving to Centurion as well to join the PGCE team, but she is at this stage also in Durban, supporting and handling all the team aspects of the PGCE. Thank you, Ms. Ramlal.
Okay, so I am part of the SAS department for Student Center for Student Administrative Services for PGCE. So I'm the team leader, as you can see. You can meet the team. Rihanna is currently based in our Centurion campus.
Analia,
yes.
sorry to interrupt you. My sincerest apologies, but you're not sharing your screen. Can you just try reshare it?
Sure.
We can't see what you're talking about.
Sure.
If you're using a separate monitor to share whatever you want us to see, then maybe go ahead and just share the screen instead of the specific program. Yeah, there we go. Now you started sharing.
Okay, so that's me. I'm the team leader. Rihanna is currently based in our Centurion campus. Amber is in our Musgrave campus. We have Tobeka, who's also currently based in our Musgrave campus. Bianca is based in Centurion. Delon is currently based in Centurion, and Nikita is currently based on Musgrave. So you can come in to see us, or you can give us a call. Our office hours are Monday to Friday from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. and Saturdays from 8:30 to 1 p.m. So how can you communicate with us? You can give us a call. I have added our numbers here. You can also walk in either to our Musgrave campus, Centurion, or Waterfall campus, and one of us can assist you. You can also send us an email to our Q desk address. Sebastian did explain this quite well in his presentation. Please ensure when you are sending emails, you are using your student email address and you are linking your student email to the subject line of your email. Or queries, what queries we deal with? So we deal with queries regarding, we work on a ticket-based system. We do allow students to go for a 24-hour to a 48 response period. Sometimes it is a little bit longer. If you are going on for more than a week and you haven't got a response, you are likely to send another email. However, please do not send repetitive emails as this causes a delay in response time. Any academic queries need to be sent directly to your lecturer. We cannot assist with any purely academic queries. This has to go to your lecturer. This can be done by a Canvas messenger or through, you can book an appointment with your lecturer's email address. This will be provided on the Canvas pages. The types of queries we address, we change personal information on My Studio. You can send an email with, you need to add your ID so we can confirm this email address. If you are unable to meet deadlines for assignments or exams due to various reasons, you can send us an email and we'll take you through the second opportunity process. If you require proof of registration for either SACE or medical aid purposes, we can provide you with this. And we also assist with issues regarding your Canvas or your student emails. Please ensure that you're always checking your student emails as all important information will be sent to your student emails. So how should you communicate? As I said, all official communication is only done through your student email address and not your personal email address. If you do not have access to your student emails, you need to contact IT and they will assist you in gaining access. We also encourage you to always use your student email address when sending us emails so we can assist you. Always remember to capture your student number on the subject line of your emails and always remember your email netiquette. Some important points to note, we encourage you not to send repetitive emails as this will cause a delay in response time. You may also communicate your challenges to the body as Sebastian has also mentioned. And we're always here to help you. So if you feel lost at any point, give us a call or come see us and we're always happy to help. So yeah, that's it from me. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ramlal. You can unshare your screen. Students, just very important, the last aspect that Ms. Ramlal addressed there is the way you write an email. Remember, you are an educator and you are professional. You don't just start an email, and I'm just using an example, I'm not blaming anyone. When you write an email to a lecturer or to support or to IT, always greet them. It sounds very strange to what I'm saying now. We must always be very professional in all communication addressed to Stadia or to whichever colleague, because we believe in respecting one another and also treat one another with professionalism. So we do expect that from the students as well. Our next, we're a bit ahead, a few minutes ahead of time. The two last sessions will be conducted by Mrs. Angelique Jansen van Rensburg because Mrs. Cara Lee Kasere is unfortunately not well. So Mrs. Jansen van Rensburg will stand in for her. So she's going to address, first of all, Office 365 and the student email and the LMS or the learning management system. And then I will not interrupt again because I think you are tired of my face already. And then directly after that, she will also do the Canvas introduction and mentioning of recordings as well. Now, as I said earlier on, Mrs. Jansen van Rensburg is the manager for Center for Student Support. Welcome once again, Mrs. Jansen van Rensburg. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So please, if there's any questions related to the next sessions, I won't be able to assist in terms of how you can get connected or so, but you're more than welcome to come to campus and we will assist you here. And I will also share the information of the Q desk email addresses that you can email for assistance. All right, so I'm going to share my screen just so that you know what we're going to talk about. So we have the information and communication technology here at Stadio and who you can contact. The first things we want to do is we want to discuss how to get access to our Wi-Fi, what are the laptop requirements needed, how to log into Office, how to access your Canvas and any IT help for students. So how do you access the Wi-Fi? I'm sure that all of you already know how to access the Wi-Fi at numerous places where you are, but this is for the campus Wi-Fi. So you click on the Wi-Fi icon and then you select Stadio or Stadio Guest. So the Stadio is for the staff and Stadio Guest will be for the students. When you select Stadio Guest, You can enter your username, which is your student number, your Stadio registered student number at stadio.ac.za, and then you enter the password. The password will be made available to you once you're on campus. Unfortunately, we can't give the password now, as the password might change due to certificate reasons or due to the load, but we will provide you with the password once you're on campus. So that is the Wi-Fi icon. Then you select Stadio for the staff members joining in today as well. And then for the students, Stadio guest. So here are the minimum device requirements that you need. I'm not going to read through all of them. It's just that you can see what are the requirements for your laptop or your notebook in order for you to get connected to the Wi-Fi. Please make sure that the cell phones are not necessarily supported to get access to the Wi-Fi here on campus. So you might experience some difficulties connecting to the Wi-Fi on your cell phone. So please make sure if you can, if it's possible, just bring your tablet or your desktop or your laptop. Then how to get access to your Microsoft Office. All of you did receive a registration welcome letter. On that registration welcome letter, there is steps how to access your Microsoft Office account. So you're going to type in your student number at stadio.ac.za once you see the Microsoft Office sign-in page. So how to get to this page, you need to type in www.office.co.za or .com, depending on your internet setup, but it is then your Microsoft sign-in page. So please make sure that you use your registered Stadio student number at stadio.ac.za. So this will take you to the area where you're going to insert the default password, and please take note, it's a capital P and the PASSW, and it's a 0 RD at 123. So it is not a word like you need to make use of the 0. All right, so that's the default password. Once you did that, you can create your own password. So once you log into the Office 365, you're going to see this page. Once you see this page, either you can install the Office, but we prefer you not to install Office because you're already connected. If you're a Stadio student, you have access to Office 365. So this is going to take about 2 gig of your data. So please do not install Office if it's not necessary to do so. But as a Stadio student, like I mentioned, you already have access to Office 365. Once you're on this, you can get connected to the Outlook. So this is just an indication that will also take 8 megabytes. It's a file, it's quite big. So when you run this small installation file, you need to stay connected to the internet to download this full Office. This is a large package and can take minutes or hours to completely download and install, depending on your internet connection. So we prefer to recommend you not to download this. All right, so then we have the Outlook icon. Now here you can see you'll receive your Stadio email addresses or your Stadio emails. Please take note that no other communication sent through from us will be to your personal email. You will only receive it on the Stadio email account. So as a Stadio student, you're issued with your own student email address. Please note this is the only email address lecturers accept. If you email your lecturer from a private email address like Gmail, it could be treated as unwanted spam by the email server. Lecturers work hard, so please give them 24 to 48 hours to respond. We don't necessarily answer emails after business hours or over the weekend, but because you're a postgrad, we will most probably answer the emails allocated, especially for you. So, but please still take note that it's only after 24 to 48 hours to respond. Then how can you access Canvas? I'm going to give you a short description of Canvas as well in my next session, but just to show you where you can access Canvas. So on your Office 365, we have the icons or the apps listed there. You can see there on the screen, it's going to indicate the Canvas icon. You can just then click on that. If the Canvas app does not appear under all apps, please use the following link to access your Canvas. I'm going to leave it there for a while so that you can just quickly write it down. Please take note that you can also download the mobile Canvas app if you have Play Store or Play app. I'm not sure about all the phones that you can use, but that is, you can just download the Canvas app on your phone. Just take note that where they're going to ask you for your specific school, you must press or type in Stadio. Otherwise, you're going to type in something else. You need to register all over again and type in all your personal information, and it's not necessary. As you already have access to the Office 365, you would have access to the Canvas on your mobile phone as well. So if you would like to work from your phone, just download the Canvas app and type in Stadio, and then you use the same username like you did with Microsoft Office. You're going to use your student number, your registered student number at stadio.ac.za. So if you need any IT support queries or you want to request, you can access this IT help desk -centurion at stadio.ac.za. This IT support email is also available on the QDesk platform. So you are going to then send your request to this IT help desk -centurion at stadio.ac.za. Then just going to give you a few seconds still to write it down. The Canvas request, also part of the QDesk, is q-canvas@stadio.ac.za. So any Canvas related queries, like you can't access Canvas or you have
It appears we've lost our speaker. Johan, if you'd like, I have a video from Cara Lee that I could play in the meantime.
Yes, you may do that. Thank you.
Good day. Today I'm going to show you how to navigate your way through Canvas. If you have logged into Canvas, the first thing you will see is your dashboard. On the left-hand side of the page, you will get your global navigation menu. This menu will allow you to access features that are frequently used. In this menu, you will get your accounts, dashboard, courses, calendar, inbox, history, studio, and help. If you want to access your user information, please click on Accounts. A menu will expand that will show you your notifications, profile, files, and settings. If you want to set up your notifications, please click on Notifications. Notifications will allow you to change or to update your notifications using the notification icon. This will allow you to get notifications immediately, a daily summary of your notification, a weekly summary, or turn notifications off. You will be able to enable your notifications for the different course activities listed in the notification menu. Once we go to your profile, you will see that you will be able to update your profile picture. You can update your profile picture by clicking on the pencil. This will allow you to update a picture, take a picture, or use an avatar. You can upload a picture by clicking on the picture, and this will allow you to take a picture from your desktop. You can take a picture, and this will ask you to use your camera. You will have to click Allow to take a picture. Once you have taken or uploaded a picture or chosen an avatar, please click on Save. When we go into the Files option, the Files option will allow you to upload a folder and upload any files from your computer. You will be able to add a folder by clicking on the plus folder option. You will be able to enter the name of the folder and click on Create. You will be able to upload a picture by clicking on the Upload option. This will allow you to upload any PDF, PowerPoint, or image that you would like to use in this folder. Let's have a look at settings. When you're going into your settings will allow you to add an email, another email address, and contact information. If we go back to the dashboard, you will see the dashboard will have different course views or dashboard views. You will be able to change the dashboard view by clicking on the three dots. The course menu, this displays a course view of your favorite courses, and each course can include up to 4 tabs which represent clickable icons such as announcements, assignments, discussions, and files. If you click on your list view, you will see this will display an agenda of your graded and non-graded items that your lecturer has designated to you. The last dashboard view is your recent activity. Recent activity will display the recent notifications for all your courses. For example, your announcements, discussions, assignments, and quizzes. Let's go to your courses. Courses, this menu will display all your favorite courses. And if you did not select any favorite courses, the menu will display all the current courses you have been enrolled in. Let's set up your favorite courses. You will be able to set up your favorite courses by clicking on All Courses. All courses will allow you to click your favorite courses. You will be able to do that by clicking on the star. You will know it's a favorite course or set as a favorite if the star has a color. If you go to calendar, the calendar is a wonderful way to view everything that you must do for all your courses in one place. You will be able to set your calendar in a week view, month view, or agenda. If you want to add an agenda, please, or create a new event, please click on the plus button. This will allow you to make your own to-do list by giving it a title, choose a date, give it a time, choose in which calendar it needs to be, and give more detailed information. You will have to click submit before it will display in your calendar. Please remember when you use the calendar to click the boxes on the right-hand side of the calendar, otherwise it's not going to show on your calendar. When we go into your inbox will allow you to compose messages and to view all the messages or communications sent to you via Canvas. You will be able to filter it by clicking on all courses and choose the course you have been enrolled in. You will be able to filter your inbox by clicking on the inbox menu, and this will allow you to filter it by unread, stored, sent, archived, or submission content. If you want to compose a new message, please click on the Compose a New Message icon. This will allow you to choose which course you want to send a message to. You will be able to click and give this message a subject. And if you want to send it to an individual message to each participant, this will allow you to do it by clicking on the box. Please compose your message. You will also be allowed to type in a message or to upload a file or use a video or audio recording. Once you have composed your message, please click on the send button. If we look at the history in the global navigation menu, history will allow you to view your recent pages that you have worked on. This will display your pages for up to 3, or the history for up to 3 weeks for each Canvas course. When we go to your studio will allow you to take recordings directly in Canvas by clicking on the record button. This will allow you to screen capture or use a webcam capture. If you want to upload videos that is located on your computer or on YouTube, please click on Add Video. This will give you 2 options. This will allow you to browse it from your files or add a video from YouTube. Or you will be able to add the URL link in this tab. If we go to Help in the course navigation menu, this will allow you to get Canvas support for 24/7. And you will be able to chat to any Canvas support member by clicking on Chat with Canvas Support for Students. Once you have clicked on Chat with Canvas Support for Students, you will see the following screen will appear. Please use your first name in this box, last name, email address, the subject that you would like to choose, your role, it will always be student, and choose the option that fits best to your issue. Once you have filled in all this information, please click on Start Chatting. A Canvas agent will be with you in a short amount of time. When we go back to dashboard, you will see on your dashboard, on the right-hand side of the page, it has a to-do list. The to-do list will help you to know what assignments are due and what upcoming events in all your courses. In your recent feedback will allow you to view your feedback on assignments, quizzes, discussions. You will be able to view your feedback by clicking on the link. The next tab you will get on the right-hand side is your View Grades. If you click on View Grades, you will be able to view your grades for all your courses. You can arrange it by due date, assignment groups, modules, and names.
Thank you very much. Nathan, is it the only video that we've got to play now?
I do have a second one from Carly. Give me one moment.
Sorry, thank you.
Good day. Today I'm going to show you how to access your courses. Once you have logged into Canvas, the first thing you will see is your dashboard. If you look on your dashboard, you will see all the courses that you have been enrolled in. If you want to access a specific course, click on the course. Once you have clicked on the course, you will see that it takes you to the home page of the course. On the left-hand side of the course, you will see a course navigation bar. This will include your home page, announcements, assignments, quizzes, and grades. If you want to view your announcements, you will be able to click on Announcements. This will allow you to view all announcements that has been made by your lecturer. If you want to view the announcement in full, you will just be able to click on the title. You will also be able to view your announcements. If you go back to the home page, the announcement will also be there in the to-do list. Let's go to the second one on your course navigation bar. This is called Assignments. You will be able to click on Assignments, and this will display all your upcoming assignments. You will have Turnitin assignments or file and media upload assignments. Let's look at the Turnitin assignment. If you open the Turnitin assignment, you will see it displays the available and due date, the points, submission, and attempts allowed. If you go to the bottom of the page, you will see an upload submission. If you click on upload submission, the following screen will appear. This will allow you to upload a file. If you click on choose file, this will take you to your computer. You will be able to click on a file you would like to choose and click on the open. Once you have clicked the file you would like to use, please click on Upload and Review. Turnitin will allow you to review your paper before submitting the paper to Turnitin. Once you have reviewed your paper and you're happy with the paper, click on the Submit to turn it in. This will then show you a screen that says Submission Complete. Once your submission is complete, you will see that it will show you the paper title, when this paper has been uploaded, the grades. This will only be visible to students once the lecturer has graded the Turnitin submission, and the similarity report. If we click on the paper title, it will take you to Turnitin. In Turnitin, you will be able to see your similarity report. This will display the match overview, so how much plagiarism you have in this paper. And it will also show you all the resources that this plagiarism has come from. You will also be able to download your current view, a digital receipt, or the original submitted file. If we go back, you will then be able to resubmit your paper if you're not happy with the plagiarism percentage. Or you will be able to download the paper, or you will be able to download a digital receipt. The digital receipt will be downloaded onto your computer. You will be able to open your digital receipt. This will show you the submission author, assignment title, submission title, first name, the file size, paper count, word count, character count, submission date, and submission ID. If we go back, let's look at assignment that you must upload a file. If you click on assignment 2, you'll see it will also give you the due date, the points, submission, available dates, and how many attempts you will have. If you click on Start Assignment, this will allow you to upload a file, media, Google Drive, Office 365, and Studio. If you want to upload a file, you will just click on Upload a File. This will allow you to choose a file from your computer. If you want to use the Studio, it will take you back to your Studio recordings. You will then just be able to select it and embed. After you have uploaded your files or your recordings, you can just click on Submit Assignment. And this is how you will see if your submission has gone through. It will show you have submitted on this time. If you go to the next one in the course navigation bar, this is called your quizzes. You will see also your assignment quizzes. So we have a class test. If we go into your class test, you'll be able to take the quiz. This will also show you the due date, available date, points, and the amount of questions and the time limit. You will be able to take the quiz only when it is available to you. So if we go to take this quiz, you will see you will be able to click on the options you would like and click on next if you're ready to submit. This is how quizzes will be. You will also get true and false quizzes, multiple choice quizzes, essay quizzes, or you will be able to upload a file. If you go into grades, the next one in the course navigation menu, you will be able to view the grades. You will also be able to arrange your grades in your assignment group, due date, modules, or by name. If I go back to the dashboard and click on the course, you will see you will have an assessment guide as well as a study guide. So the different schools will have different places where your assessment guide and your study guide will be. So for the School of Commerce, your study guide and assessment guide will be under module overview. For the School of Education, your assessment and study guide will be under module overview. And this is how you can access and navigate your way through Canvas.
Is that all, Matthew?
That is, yes.
Thank you very much, Matthew. Students, it seems like we're a bit ahead of time. That was the last part of our FYO. Now we've got some time for some questions and answers, but I think most of the questions questions that was given in the chat was answered. If not, we will revert to them at a later stage. But if you have any more questions, please feel free to ask these questions now before we close the session.
Maybe, Johan, I can just comment on that password thing.
Yes, by all means, Dr. Meira.
In the past, we've had a few issues with the password. I think people get that PASSWORD. As soon as people get a chance to change it to a unique password, because there are places where you can change it, I think it's important that you change it. Because otherwise, if someone knows your student number, they could just put in the student number at stadio.ac.za, use that same password because you haven't changed it, and then access your stuff. So the password, it's important that you change the password as soon as you can.
Thank you, Dr. Meira. Just a few things that I've seen in the chat as well. Please remember the schedules. All your modules will appear on Monday on Canvas. And furthermore, your live sessions, I've mentioned it a few times in the chats as well. The live sessions will take place Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays from 1600 hours till 1900 hours. But now remember, you must please look carefully for your module. Your modules will perhaps not be, there will not perhaps not be a live session for your modules every day. These schedules will be sent out. I know the first 3 weeks sessions is available already and it's been emailed to students. So all of it will appear on Monday on the Canvas. Then another question that came up was, I want to change my specialization or add to my specializations. Yes, you may, but very important. You will only be considered, or we will only decide, you can only choose to be registered for another specialization, even a third one, or if you change your specialization, if you qualify for it. You need to have your undergrad qualification, must have sufficient evidence that you've obtained enough credits for it before we can approve it. For example, if you were approved for SPEMS and FET business BS or business studies, and you request us to add geography, we will first go and look back at your original application where your qualifications were, and then we will approve accordingly. I don't know, any of the other panelists, any other things that you pick up that we could quickly just convey to the students?
Maybe that on that, I was registered for the wrong one. I think be very careful that if you ask to do, for example, FET-BS, and you were given FET accounting, you were probably not given the BS because you didn't fulfill the criteria. And if you don't fulfill the criteria, we can't approve you for it. So in a number of, not all cases, but in some cases, what you asked for is not what you got. So be very careful, go back, look at the fact sheet, and be very careful that you actually do qualify for what you asked for. We don't just randomly change them. We've got to approve you for what you qualified to do.
Thank you, Dr. Meyer. And you'll also see students I've mentioned quite a few times. I've added the QDesk email addresses in the chats. Mr. Sebastian, Deanna will also send you this on the buddy groups, and on Canvas it will be available. But please ensure that there's a division between academics and the support. Academics, as I've mentioned, you can get the the lecturer's email address, and you can address a certain aspect or query or problem that you have concerning academic matters with a student. All other related matters, be it IT, Canvas, support, you must address through the QDesk. And Mr. Deanna will also, if I'm not mistaken, Sebastian, by when will we be able to send it through? I know the buddy groups is in process. By when will we be able to send that to all the students? If you're still here, sorry. Okay, I'll find that out. I'll find that out and come back to you. I don't think if there's anything else, students, any other questions. Remember, what we'll do is all these chats are recorded as well. So we will go through them and answer each student individually, because at the stage we were more than 720, if I'm not mistaken, participants or students attending. If there's not anything else, I would like to, and for the last chance, is there students that would like to ask a question still? Right, with that, I think we're a bit ahead of time. Thank you for that. Thank you, colleagues. Thank you, Angelique, and everyone that contributed to this program. I would like to thank you for being here, and all the students. You are the most valuable part of this presentation. Thank you for that, and do not hesitate to contact us should you have any other queries or questions that you need us to assist you with. Thank you very much, colleagues, and also thank you to Dr. Browning for her attendance and her opening remarks. It is appreciated. Thank you, colleagues. And with that, enjoy the rest of your weekend. And we'll see you for a very exciting week next week when the first session started or commences. Thank you very much.